to see a doctor and to get that worked up. It wasn't
to be here to protest the genocide in Gaza. Please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you all. So my name's Sabiha. I live in Orlando. I'm actually active with RBN's Orlando chapter and James. So I'd like to start with, I wanted to share a story about a patient that I took care of a few years ago. I think oftentimes when you are healthy or when you have money, you don't really fully see how dysfunctional our healthcare system is. So I wanted to share a story about a patient that I took care of. She was a young woman in her mid-30s, and she noticed a lump on her breast. She had insurance through the ACA, but because her insurance had a high deductible, she couldn't afford the doctor's appointments, the co-pays for the imaging that she needed, the biopsy, essentially the workup for this mass, this lump that she had in her breast. The lump predictably grew. It grew to the point where it actually grew out of her skin, and she had a large fungating mass on her left breast, but still she could not afford to see a doctor and to get that worked up. It wasn't until she got to a point where she wasn't able to breathe. She was so short of breath that she couldn't work, she couldn't take care of her kids. So she came into the ER, was admitted to the hospital, and that's when I met her. It turns out that she had a cancer, a breast cancer, which had spread to her lungs and was causing her lungs to fill up with fluid, with a cancerous fluid. So that's a stage 4 cancer. That's what we call a metastatic cancer that has spread. And at that point, her cancer is not curable. Had she had the resources to seek medical care when she first noticed that lump, that could have been caught at a stage where her cancer would have been potentially curable. But now it was not curable. While she was in the hospital, I actually did meet her entire family. I met her kids, I met her siblings, I met her parents, her husband. She eventually died. And, you know, she was a wife, she was a mother, she was a daughter, a sister, a friend, a neighbor, and she was a fellow human being. And now she's part of a statistic, right? She is one of the 68,000 people who die in this country every year from a lack of health care. So why does this happen? We're the wealthiest country in the world. Why does this happen? And the bottom line is, fundamentally, the bottom line is that we are denied health care so that the CEOs of health insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies, these big hospital conglomerate companies, so their CEOs can buy a second vacation home in Italy. So we are denied health care so they can buy their third yacht. That's fundamentally the reason why we do not have healthcare in this country. That, to me, is what I would call deplorable. I think that is morally depraved, and unacceptable. And this happens with the support of both corrupted corporate capitalist parties. So they tell us that we can't afford universal health care coverage. I think back in 2020, Joe Biden had said that if Medicare for all came across his desk, he would veto it over the price tag. But yet, one thing that I'm sure we've all noticed is that ever since October, we have no problem sending billions and billions of dollars to Israel for a genocide. And also to Ukraine for a proxy war. This is unacceptable, and this has to change. And I feel that we, as the people of this land, we cannot support anyone who is seeking power, who is allowing this type of healthcare system to continue. To me, I support Medicare for all, but I support Medicare for all as a compromise. To me, the ideal system would be a well-funded, well-protected, socialized healthcare system. And again, 68,000 people a year are dying. We can't wait any longer. Like, people's lives depend on this. So I'm sorry, that's all I have to say.
Welcome to a special edition of the Jaybefaunt channel. I am your host, Jaybefaunt Leroy. So good to see all of you here on this Tuesday evening. Just to let you guys know, I am typically live on Tuesdays at 2, and you can find me on RBN on Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern for the JB show, and Thursdays at 5 p.m. for the Savvy and JB show. If you have not already, go ahead and give the stream a like. This pushes me onto the algorithm, and thank you so very much to everybody for watching this evening. Also, if you would like to, you can also get put on my email list so you can get email notifications whenever I go live, upload clips, or write any articles on my Substack at going to jaybefaunt.substack.com. So we started off with a banger. So we had Sabiha, who is part of the Orlando RBN chapter, giving a speech in Chicago with Worker Strike Back. We will be covering Nick's speech a little bit later before Katie Lewis comes on, but I wanted to make sure to cover that. It just ended, and so I rewound just a little bit back and then covered it. So we'll be getting into Nick's speech as well, because I think that's going to be very important and poignant before we get into covering some of what's going to be said at the DNC convention, because I think that is important to get the real deal of what activists are saying on the ground and what people are actually trying to do in order to make the country better. TLDR, it's not the Democrats. TLDR, it's not the Republicans. Okay? So, with that being said, I'm going to say hello to a few people in the chat, and then we'll get into what we're talking about tonight. All right, so we have Miguel coming in saying, peace, good to see you. We have Chris coming in saying, hello, 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 hello to you, Chris. We have John Kemper, a.k.a. Adam Bashir, a.k.a. Blue Marvel, coming in saying, Adam Bashir in the house. Good to see you in here in the house. Whatever, man, coming in saying, great coverage, JB. Thank you so very much. I'm going to tell you right now, I am exhausted, but look, we shall press on. We also have Cannon Hawk says, now the Dems need to hear this and answer How is this acceptable? They don't want to hear it because they're paid not to. Basically, Rondo coming in saying, hold on to your butts. Yep, absolutely. Bender says, what's good in the hood, pimp? Yes, good to see you. Thank you so very much. What are we talking about this evening? We're talking about, oh, Lord. The DNC 2024 convention is well underway. We are on the second day. I will be reacting to some of the speeches, and Katie Lewis will be joining me in about 45 minutes. I appreciate him coming on for this as well. A lot of times, these things are hard to digest because they're just insufferable, right? But we're going to make it a little bit easier by being, your pilots, so that we get through this bumpy ride on, the ridiculousness that's known as the RNC convention and the DNC convention. So that's why we're here. So with that being said, hello to everybody that's watching on Rumble, Rockfin, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm sorry, not Twitch, YouTube and Twitter. So thank you so very much to everybody for tuning in. So one of the things that I also want to share is a couple of things. Before we get to that, I want to share a couple of things that I saw. Let me see here. So I want to also show what's going on, what has been going on outside. What has been going on outside is deeply important. So I want to share this. There is standoff happening between pro-Palestinian protesters and the police. So this has been happening over the last 24 hours. Just to let you guys know the gravity of the situation that's happening on the ground in Chicago. So here we have this. Let's share this.
All right, y'all, this is Savannah Hernandez in front of the United Center for the DNC. And as you guys can see behind me, we've got quite a few protesters, and the police have now arrived. Now, they broke through this first barricade, and they were trying to break through the second one that's right behind me. So now police have arrived. There's quite a few presence. Again, this is day one of the DNC. This is what it looks like on the ground. They've been marching all day since noon. They started in Union Park, and they now have made their way to the front of the United Center. You have a lot of attendees here for the DNC, just a block and a half away. You can actually hear the chanting of these protesters at the main entrance of the DNC. All right.
So that's what's going on right now. As we can see, the protesters are out in full force. They have been for the last 24 hours, letting their presence be known. And I just want to give a shout out to Chuck Modi for also being out there. Chuck Modi is everywhere. And by the way, speaking of everywhere, I need to have Chuck Modi on here because Chuck Modi is a great guest and he has a lot of great things to talk about, from sports to geopolitics. So let's go to this coverage. Shout out to Chuck Modi for this. He's actually on the ground in Chicago as well. So let's take a look at this video that he took.
Black people are under attack. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? We gay people are under attack. What do we do? What do we do? Say, what do we do? Prison birds are under attack. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The freedom fighters are under attack. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Black people.
My goodness. And what was the guy saying? He said, when black people are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When gay people are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When prisoners are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. So this is what it is all about. And I am so happy to see people on the ground really making their voices heard, especially out there, really in the face of the DNC. The DNC really is just a bunch of masters of the universe patting themselves on the back for doing a good job for master. And this needs to be addressed because, excuse me, a lot of people are really just, glad handing, each other and letting them know, hey, we're making money for our billionaire masters. We're doing a good job. And so now we just got to put up the new manager. So let me share this as well. And I think this is very appropriate, especially for the situation at hand. Look at this.
Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever.
So yeah, the people that are really getting the brunt of the criticism are people like Netanyahu, Netanyahu and Kamala Harris are getting the brunt of the criticism, which is quite appropriate, as you guys can see. And so one of the things that I want to cover as well, I want to share this, is that this has been covered on Hotspot, how Palestine protesters breached the DNC perimeter fence. They actually went out and said, screw the DNC, we're going to make our voices heard. And then after this, we'll get to Nick's remarks in a second. So let me share this right now. So that happened. So they really have their hands full at the DNC. Look, the protesters are making their voice heard. Nick and Rome from RBN are down there, as well as Sabiha from RBN Orlando chapter. I am so proud of everybody that made their way down there to really make their voices heard. So what I want to do is I want to share Nick's speech as well. I wanted to make sure that I get this in, and then we'll be getting to the live coverage of the convention. I'm sure it is, I don't think I'm missing much right now. So we'll get into that in a second. But more important and lovely people, we're going to get into this right now.
If genocide is not a deal breaker for you, there's something wrong with you. Any party that doesn't draw a red line at genocide is a party that does not deserve to exist. We have Holocaust Harris. Kamala Harris, they didn't remove Joe Biden as the lead nominee for president because he facilitated a genocide. They removed him because he had a bad debate. My name is Nick Cruz, a revolutionary blackout. My goal is to create a coalition of workers, anti-imperialists, to destroy the two-party duopoly. Calling it two-party duopoly is kind of misleading. It's a uniparty of war and genocide. We must challenge the Democratic Party. They are, like my late great mentor Glenn Ford said, the most effective evil. And there are progressives and liberals that will say nonsense to you because their job is to confuse the workers. They will say some nonsense to you and want you to believe it. They will tell you got to vote for Killer Kamala because somehow Donald Trump is worse. Let's analyze the record of genocide Joe Biden. if you're one of the people who believe that Donald Trump will be worse than Joe Biden, you are engaging in genocide denial. You have to tell yourself that Donald Trump is worse because you have to reconcile with the fact that you voted and enabled a gross evil on humanity. Do you guys know who Lily Greenberg Call is? She was the first Jewish appointee in the Biden administration who resigned because she explained that there was a culture of racism in the Biden administration against the Palestinians. You had record amounts of federal employees and Biden appointees that resigned for the same reason. You want to know who didn't resign? Killer Kamala Harris. She didn't resign because she had moral quandaries with the racism of the Palestinian people. To explain why saying that Trump is worse than Biden is genocide denial, let me explain to you guys the actions that the Biden administration has taken. You had a giant debate in Israel right now. There was almost a civil war because there was debating whether the IDF has the right to rape Palestinian prisoners to death. And spoiler alert, the pro-rape crowd won. There was a mob of Israelis that stormed where the soldiers who committed mass rape and sodomized a man to death, and they demanded him to be released, and the government said, no problem. The position of the Biden administration, when approached with this information, was we will allow Israel to investigate themselves. How would Donald Trump handle that? The same way. You had Joe Biden, who is giving Israel diplomatic immunity during this war. Do you guys know who the legend Aaron Bushnell is? Rest in peace. Aaron Bushnell is a martyr who did not want to be complicit with genocide, so he self-immolated because the Biden administration gave the orders of the Air Force to help Israel with targeting in their genocide. Did the media tell you that? Aaron Bushnell's death is directly on the hands of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Hope you guys understand that. Genocide Joe Biden and Holocaust Harris enables terrorism in the West Bank. You had an Israeli terrorist unit, they call them military, they're terrorist units that engaged, and they recently murdered an elderly Palestinian in their own home. In the light of this news, because it was bad publicity, you had the Biden administration that said we may put sanctions on the terrorist units employed by the Israeli military. And man, the media liked that one. The liberal media ran with that for weeks. And what we told you guys on RBN is when I saw the word may, I immediately became skeptical. So it was announced last week that Biden will not sanction the IDF units that are committing terrorism in the West Bank. Not only that, they're going to continue the weapons that go to them. So explain to me how Donald Trump would be worse knowing these facts. We have to be clear to the working class. There are two wings of the imperial machine, and we must form a coalition to destroy them. You have Bernie Sanders and AOC. Did you guys see AOC last night? So I guess their game plan is to lie. I guess no one knows what the word ceasefire means anymore. Joe Biden said there was going to be a ceasefire the second Monday of February. What month are we in? Kamala Harris called for a temporary ceasefire so the IDF can take a break and get some snacks in between killing Palestinians. And you got people that have the nerve to tell me that she's calling for a ceasefire. Words have meaning. Please learn them, please. Kamala Harris, if you go to her website, has no policies. Does it really matter if she did? I know when I looked at Biden's website, he had a public option on his website. Do we got a public option? Last time I checked, Joe Biden was supposed to send me a $2,000 check in the mail. What happened? So, do not believe anyone who will tell you anything a politician will tell you and promise you. We are grown adults. Politicians are not going to do anything for the working class. Do not pay attention to the policy platform. Do you guys know what you should pay attention to? Who they are hiring. I warned people about Genocide Joe, and I warned the Bernie Sanders left not to fall in line behind Joe Biden because his advisor was Anthony Blinken. His foreign policy advisor was Anthony Blinken, and you guys surprised he started a genocide? So you want to know who the economic advisor for Kamala Harris is? Kamala Harris hired the same BlackRock economic advisor that was just in the Joe Biden administration. They said, well, if you vote for a third party, you're wasting your vote. You're giving your vote to BlackRock every election. Then you winning something. Don't listen to the platform. Look at who they hire. You want to know who directly funds and benefit from the genocide in Gaza? BlackRock. You want to know who's licking their lips right now at Ukraine waiting to rebuild it? BlackRock. So why would anyone think Kamala Harris would end those things when she's hiring people from BlackRock? Bernie Sanders and AOC play a very particular role for the establishment. They're here to cultivate a dumb left, an anti-intellectual left, who is filled with people who are political nihilists, who are defeatists. So the reason why they are supporting genocide Joe Biden, the reason why they don't care that they're going to get a public option, because they're so defeated. They are so nihilistic about the future that they believe the only chance that we have to get crumbs is to vote for people who commit genocide. So what social democrats and justice democrats do, they engage in a devil's bargain with the ruling class. They want to sell out Palestinians and the global working class out of the devil's bargain that we will get crumbs from the establishment when they don't do anything from us. They know exactly what they're doing. What we need to do is reject the political nihilism from the people who tell you we have no choice but to vote for genocide. Have my brother Rome here with me. The GOAT. We have RBN chapters in 5 cities all over the nation, and we are only 3 years old. Rome goes around feeding people, giving free haircuts, and organizing the community with scraps. Do you understand what Rome and RBN would do with $400 million that was wasted on the Bernie campaign? I'm begging the left to get serious. I am begging the left to get serious. It's almost a flaw of mine. where I have almost too much revolutionary optimism. They're not going to defeat me until I'm in the dirt. And what we need to do, you need to figure out what you do for this, what you can do for this movement. I've been put in this very weird position in my life where I'm an educator. While I'm speaking to you guys right now, I guess this is what I do for the movement. But let's say you got stage fright and you can't do this. Let's say you're not someone like Rome who can engage in mutual aid. Let's say you're not someone who like Sabby Sabs, like Jaybefaunt. Let's say you're not like that. You do what you can for the movement. If you're good at baking pies, guess what you need to do when we have a march? Maybe bake some pies. If you're good at sewing, I can't. Maybe you should make some shirts. What you need to do, even if you work 60 hours a week, let's say you're doing well in your life, but you still care about the struggle. You work 60 hours a week, you got 3 kids, you don't have time. You know what you do? You fund Rome. You fund the mutual aid fighters. There's no revolution without class traders. We need y'all. So that's what my call is. On RBN, we laugh, we cry, make fun of the ruling class. But my main goal is to get people activated. I talk to people who live in China and Russia. I talk to people in the UK, Brazil. Last week, I had a Palestinian roundtable. And what people tell me I always ask them the same question. What should people in America do to help you guys resist this empire? We need to look beyond borders and form an international coalition of anti-imperialism because the war has already started. Dr. Joe Stein. How many presidential candidates was arrested in brutal fashion standing up against genocide? When I saw that, I was like, there it is. There it is. I am doing what I can for the movement. Joe Stein, in her professional capacity, is doing what she can do for this movement. But it's more than just being someone who wants to be a leader. She put her body on the line. That's why I'm supportive of your campaign. But let's not rely too much on Joe Stein. Everyone has a role in this movement. Let's get activated. We need a revolution. Thank you, guys.
Wow. What'd you guys think of that speech? That speech was a rousing speech. I really, honestly, just appreciate the words of people like Nick. That speech was so fire. And look, I appreciate it very, very much. And with that being said, I actually have my guest. KD, are you ready? Or go ahead and take a sip first. All right. So joining me for this is Katie Lewis, also member of the RBN Orlando chapter. Of course, you saw our comrade Sabiha at the top of the hour. Good to see you, Katie. How you doing?
Hey, good to see you, JB. Man, just looking forward to this shit show that we're about to get into. But how you doing today, man?
I'm doing okay. I'm looking forward to going through this with you. But yes, I honestly, I was reacting to some of the things that were being said by Sabiha earlier, and then we just finished Nick's speech. for the worker strike back. And so we'll be continuing on a little bit closer to the close of the stream with Jill Stein's speech earlier today that I want to get into. But I'm going to be honest with you, like Nick says, banger after banger. And that's exactly what happened with those speeches.
Oh, yeah. I thought I was able to catch the live, too. I'm so proud of Sabiha. She killed it.
Yeah. So, and I invited her to come on, but I have a feeling she's really exhausted. So let her take the rest of the night and party in Chicago, maybe get some deep dish pizza and just chill out. So, we'll let her have that. So are you ready to get into this? Oh, gosh.
I'm about as ready as you are, man.
Oh, gosh. They're corny as hell, too. Oh, Lord. All right. Pray for me, all. All right. So let's go.
For Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
Woo! He's gonna be all right. He's gonna be all right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC roll call, and tonight, your voice is the future. Northern Mariana Islands. How do you cast your vote?
Oh my God.
Hafaday, Tiro, and hello, everyone.
Oh my
We
God.
are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz!
What are they going to do about climate change?
Ohio, how do you cast your vote?
Oh my God.
Mr. Secretary, Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast one vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Wow.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
My goodness. Are you kidding me right now? First of all, one of the things I want to say,
this is tough,
is that you got these melanated people that are indigenous to the Marianas Islands that are talking about the earth is in trouble. And after Joe Biden approved the Willow Project and Kamala Harris reversed her decision on banning fracking, and you mean to tell me that you're going to sit here in your traditional garb and go with people who are literally dooming your island to destruction?
Yep.
You
can't leave out the you can't leave out the constant support for the military industrial complex that pollutes the earth every single year. But you know, when you have a brown face, who else are you supposed to go to but the Democratic Party? That is what our political system has come to.
Meanwhile, you have another party that is actually dedicated to the preservation of our planet and to make things right. And they don't want to vote for that person, but they want to go with somebody who's actually going to be drill part 2. And you know what makes me upset is that you see all these, black and brown people who are also falling in line with big old smiles across their face, like a tap dancing minstrel show for a party that will not do anything substantively for them. The Republican Party will not do anything for them. Oh my gosh. Look at this can of Pepsi. Look at this can of Pepsi dancing on stage. My goodness.
I think what's most infuriating about these, especially when you see black faces just get into this pony show, is that they've convinced themselves that they are akin to actual civil rights martyrs, that because they're able to recognize overt racism, that makes them the next Malcolm X and MLK, that they get to invoke the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act as an excuse to get behind the colonial power that we've already known to be a huge detriment to our communities. But this is what Black academia has evolved into, Black professionals. This is what happens. They all you got to do is be anti-obvious white supremacists, and you're fighting the power.
The funny part is that they're not even really anti-white supremacists because they're really still going with the okie doke. Look, the Democratic Party is just a party that favors white supremacists that say that they're for marginalized people.
The Democratic Party is actually the form of white supremacy that was smart enough to realize that if you're going to keep these brown people in line, just get a couple of them up into, just tolerate them in the space. They'll do the work for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like what Rondo said, Black excellence or whatever that means.
Yep.
Right. And now, like Puerto Rico.
They don't even vote. They can't vote.
Yeah. So they can vote for the primary, but they can't vote for the general. It's like, why are you guys able to choose somebody, somebody for primary? And maybe I'm overstepping my bounds for this, but just like we talk about a free Palestine or free Haiti, there needs to be a free Puerto Rico. There needs to be a free Hawaii, a free U.S. Virgin Islands, a free Philippines. Like, nobody really talks about that. Like, we need to have a free Philippines, right? Like, why are we still subjecting these states to, what for U.S. hegemony? Like, they need to have their independence and their own sovereignty.
Well, I think you probably said it. You said it pretty well when I forget who you were talking to, but when it comes like with immigration and people coming here for a sense of safety, I mean, better to be behind the imperial gun instead of on the other side. And I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people in those areas that just capitulate to, okay, at least we're on this side, and it's just a sad sight to see.
Yeah, and so as far as these different states that are now confirming their nomination, my question is, where was the votes for a Dean Phillips or a Marianne Williamson?
Well, it didn't happen in Florida. I know that.
No. Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson were actually denied the right to actually run against Joe Biden in the primary. And now we basically have a coronation. This is not even a convention. This is a coronation.
Right? They're so happy to anoint Queen Kamala because she is a face of color and she's a woman, and that is all that is required of this ilk. It's man, you know, yeah. I feel like you understand how infuriating it is to just see our identity exploited in this sense that this is what we come down to. Nobody voted for Kamala Harris in 2024.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And look, these are our people right here, and my question to them is, what is Kamala Harris's reparations platform? Like, will they be able to answer that for me? And not with that, study BS. No. What is she? We don't need the studies. The studies have already been done for people like Dr. Sandy Darity in his book From Here to Equality. You have many people who did studies all across this nation, right? In fact, technically, and quote me if I may be wrong, and people can let me know in the comments, but do we even need to do reparations through the legislator? Because if the reparations policy was done through the Department of War under Special Field Order number 15 through General Sherman, then that means that if it was done through the Department of War at the time, which is now the Department of Defense, then all you got to do is cut the check to the Department of Defense, just like you would be cutting the check to Israel or to Ukraine, and just cut the check for those of us who are African descendants of slavery. So my question to them is, would a President Kamala Harris, being the head of the armed forces and commander-in-chief, cut us the check that is owed to us? And I would argue, no, never. She won't.
Yeah. And I mean, at the very least, like, the funding through the Department of Defense has to be approved by Congress. That's just how it is. So if there were to add in a portion of paying reparations in the DoD bill budget, then it would still have to go through Congress. But if she were to just, all right, fine, maybe do executive order, or since she's a lawyer, maybe find a way to sue the government to get our money back. Help Black Americans, ADOS, lineage-based Americans sue the government to get that check. There's ways I'm very sure Kamala Harris could use her position and expertise to, at the very least, present a sense of, I want this to get done. But she won't do that. She doesn't have to do that because this electorate and the people who are cheering her on have already accepted that there's already a wall. They've already compromised that nothing can get done, but we're here to build a wall. I hate that guy looks like me.
I'm so sorry, Cam. But I mean, and the problem is like, you know, like I saw him wearing a dashiki. And I'm like, what about Black liberation are you actually fighting for by capitulating to a party that actually does not care or push for Black liberation? And, you know, it's like, for instance, they're more willing to fund Israel and Ukraine than they are to actually give money to Haiti and allow them to have their own personal sovereignty.
Yeah. It's because Haiti's stability is in opposition to what the empire wants, whereas a stronghold in Ukraine is all that, and Israel is what the West desires. So they're going to invest in what they feeds into that white Western hegemonic goal and agenda that they have.
That DJ must be getting good money for that gig. I mean, you know, walking around here, you know, looking like a blue Bruno Mars. Goodness. But yeah, Is that? Oh my gosh, is that Eva Longoria?
Please, no. No.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have two beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die.
Remember what
bans did Trump put on abortion? Because Roe v. Wade fell under Joe Biden, and it's in the hands of the state, and it's actually in a lot of cases in the hands of the voters in these states, just like Florida with our Amendment 4. And Obama definitely promised to codify Roe v. Wade in a filibuster-proof Senate. But I don't know. Maybe there would have been political fallout or something if he delivered on something he said he would do. I don't know. I've heard liberals.
I didn't know Theodore Roosevelt was a Democrat. But yeah. So I mean, my thing is like, Obama promised in 2008 that he would codify Roe v. Wade into law, and it didn't happen. And so, who do you have to blame for neglecting women, neglecting, people who would need an abortion that can't get it?
Yeah. I think solely just being against Medicare for all, a basic universal, not even all the way left type of healthcare system. I think that's pretty anti-choice because of the paywall between getting that procedure, especially if it is for a health reason. So, like, again, as people on leftists, socialists, communists, Marxists, Leninists, our goalposts should always be shifting backwards. You don't just settle for someone saying, "Oh yeah, I'm for reproductive rights." How are you for reproductive rights if you're not for medical rights? If Medicare is not a human right, how could you say abortion is also a right?
I mean, that's true. And the thing is, to be honest with you, they're just not for the rights of human beings. It's really for the rights of corporations.
Mm-hmm.
This reminds me of what I was talking about earlier about on the show about the corporations being able to have speech and being able to dictate what goes on in our country. Like, for instance, I did not know that we actually had a public option for home ownership. For home insurance. So instead of having just all private insurance, we actually have a state-run home insurance program, and a lot of people are getting now pushed off the state-run home insurance program in favor so that they can get gobbled up essentially by the private insurance companies. But even though these home insurance companies are raising up their premiums sky high and causing people to forego home insurance. So it's just these corporations get to run roughshod, and they're also running roughshod in the Democratic Party, not just the Republican Party.
This is so embarrassing, man.
It is.
Embarrassing.
What delegation is this?
The Virgin Islands.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And so that's one of my things that I am irritated with, is that, Nick was saying earlier that Kamala Harris has recently put one of her economic advisors is from BlackRock.
Yeah. And I think there's
Yeah.
another one that's from some other capitalist venture firm. I don't know what specific one, but she has corporatists in her economic as economic advisors. But yeah, because Tim Walz is VP, she's definitely for the working class.
Yeah. And here, these people from Virginia, they're standing next to Mark Warner. Mark Warner is one of the richest senators in government.
Oh.
He is extremely wealthy. And this is also one of the guys that pushed for the ban on TikTok.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, he made a lot of his money from big tech. So he's one of those senators where, he's made his money and now he's trying to keep as much of it as possible, even though, many people are suffering.
Mm.
So, yes. Where are we at now? We're at, are we in a W?
That's Pramila Jayapal, so I don't know. I forget what state she's part of.
Washington.
Washington.
Yeah. So it's Washington.
Look at her, all excited. I thought she was progressive. Look at her.
I thought so too. But the thing is that progressive is just it is lost all its meaning. Progressives aren't really progressive. They just say that they are. It's really a semantics argument in the United States, whereas if you were a progressive outside the United States, it would actually mean something.
I don't know. I don't even know the point of this. They're just. It's like they're giving Kamala Harris a giant blowjob right now. Like, who else would be getting these delegates?
Well, it's formalities, right? It's just a formality of the process, but really, it's just like what Bruce Spiva had argued in court for the DNC lawsuit. They can really just choose whoever they want in a back room, and these people do not really have a choice. So ultimately, in reality, this is just performative. It's performative, and some people who are sheep are going to follow this and get excited. Same way with the RNC, it's all performative. And so by the time Kamala Harris comes out and says, "I accept your nomination," then everybody's going to cheer and be happy and cry. Meanwhile, you have people out. Well, she looked angry. People are going to be outside right now who are protesting what's going on throughout the country, as well as what the United States is doing throughout the world. And these same people don't give a damn because their favorite genocidal girl boss is going to break the glass ceiling. They're going to do a repeat of Hillary Clinton. And if she loses, I am laughing in every single one of their faces. I'm going to laugh. And if Kamala Harris wins, when she fails him, by the time she hits her 6 months, so by the time we hit July and she starts messing up, but when she continues to mess up, I'm also going to laugh in their face. I'm going to say, look, we told you so. But they're not going to want to hear it.
Nope. Not at all. They this is why I said yesterday, and I think I triggered a couple of liberals who follow me a little bit. But I said that they have no principle and no spine, because there's a candidate with actual that wants to bring actual tangibles and change the material conditions of Black Americans specifically alongside the rest of the working class. But there is a plan, we are thought of this politician, that being Dr. Jill Stein. She is in enough states to get 270 electoral college votes. So it's not that she doesn't have any sort of chance to win. There's a chance there, small as it may be. There is a chance for her to win. And even so, if the percentage of just Black eligible voters specifically, they make up 13% of the entire eligible voting population. So if less than half of the eligible Black voting population were to actually give their vote to someone like Dr. Jill Stein, even if she doesn't win, you know what type of foundation that actually sets for the Green Party to be a party for Black Americans that the Democratic Party never was? But they don't care about that. They're fine. All of these people in there have college degrees, have nice paying jobs, or they love Hollywood and they just are starstruck. And that's all that matters. They go off of vibes, and it's so pathetic, man. It's so pathetic.
Yeah, man, Wisconsin really loves their cheese. I'm telling you.
Well, that's what they're known for, man.
Yep. I didn't see any people from Idaho with potatoes on their heads, but it's okay. I think we're at the last one at Wyoming, and then of course they're gonna certify, and then everybody. JB going status quo live. Is there anything? Are they showing anything different on status quo? Because let me see. Chrissy says they bought on Steve Kerr and Tony Goldwyn last night, which was nauseating. Yep. I think Kerry Washington was also there.
What? Oh, I didn't see her speak, but I didn't stay for like the whole thing. I watched like maybe an hour of it, and I couldn't take it.
I took my ass straight to sleep. I didn't watch a damn thing. I'm not watching these people. The only reason why I'm doing this is because I want to entertain y'all. Wait, Minnesota. Wait, how do we go from Wyoming to Minnesota? We went out of order.
I don't know if they do it alphabetically.
They're supposed to. I thought they would do it alphabetically. Well, whatever. But yeah, so I mean, let's hear what this guy has to say.
About global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walls means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Han. Minnesota, let me hear you.
I guess since Minnesota is the VP state.
There you go.
This is for the vice president.
The National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walsh is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator
no.
from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota.
Hang on, let me think. Hold on, let me do this. And then we'll get back to it because people are like, JB, you need to go to status quo for a quick second. Okay, all right.
Yeah, apparently there's a standoff between the cops and protesters or something.
Not separate. We are one. We are the people. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Justice. No peace.
So if you guys see back there, that's all the police that's blocking them right now. So this is live while the DNC convention is going on right now. So while they're calling all the states, this is happening outside.
I hope there's some cops in that crowd that are having the biggest existential crisis of their life right now.
Years of this presidential reign. As I look around and I see the faces of the cops whose the life of Laquan McDonald, there was responsibilities on your fucking head.
What on your head? What on your head?
I look around and I read the news reports about how there have been no arrests at these protests. But what I know is that you have singled us out, that you have violently arrested us, that you today have protected white supremacists, which is not fucking surprising. Look around you. Look on your fucking badges. We know you're in the crowd.
Hola, mi nombre es Robespierre. Yo soy mexicano. Aquí está la raza de oro. Estos pinches policías están pinches culeros.
You know what I find beautiful is that there are indigenous people from the United States that are standing in solidarity with Palestinians. You know, I find that to be beautiful. Because the thing is, it's like they know what it's like to go through a genocide. They've been going through a 500-year genocide, you know? And then,
you think Black Americans would understand what it means to suffer under colonialism and genocides? You would think that.
Yeah. I think some of us still do. I think the problem is there's a lot of us that have been propagandized out of our own liberation.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. And my apologies for cutting you off. I'm sorry for this.
No,
like going to an HBCU and just being around so many people who are just so hyped about Black excellence, so hyped about just being in a spot around Black people, being in Black spaces, just appreciating our culture, learning our history to a much more in depth than anything we could have gotten in high school, anything that we probably get from a PWI. And yet a lot of these folks that graduate from these institutions just leave this thing thinking all I got to do is be a Black capitalist and I'm golden. And it's so disheartening to see, because it's like, what was the point of that education and appreciation of your culture if you're just going to essentially assimilate with what the Western supremacist colonial power is doing? Like, I don't understand how they have this cognitive dissonance this hard to separate themselves through actions from our civil rights martyrs, yet somehow feel so related to them at the same time. I don't know how they do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know either. And right now, let's do this. We're covering it, so.
And hello to everyone joining us from exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
APAC Back campaign is what it is.
a future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you.
What? Nobody voted for you.
And you're
Nobody.
going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
In 2 days? Oh, she's in Milwaukee. Oh, I didn't know.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
Oh my God.
Even the conservative lady from The View?
Yes. Isn't she?
Buenas noches, Chicago.
She's a Republican.
So tell me, are you excited? Wow, what energy, what a
Yeah, what energy, what a moment. So basically, you had people like Kamala Harris accept she accepted the nomination essentially, and so let's go back to look at the police. So essentially, everybody right now, this is what's going on simultaneously as Ana Navarro is speaking on stage. This is what's going on outside. Shout out to Status Quo for covering this and showing what's going on outside, so that we can see the juxtaposition of what is going on inside. Indoors, there's a celebration, really of a bunch of sheep who are celebrating their genocidal girl boss with a silk press getting the nomination, versus you have the people who are actually doing the work on the ground, who are protesting the genocide, being in standoff with the genocidal girl bosses, badge, wearing, gun wielding cohorts against the people right now. And so, as you can see, really the people on the ground that are actually against death and destruction are the ones that are being suppressed by the police state. And you cannot get much of a more of a just position than this. Because the thing is that everybody who's talking about, oh my God, Kamala Harris is going to be good for everybody. Kamala Harris is also the same person that is for what these cops that are standing off against pro-Palestine protesters are doing. She stands with the cops. She stands with the people who actually who actually are continuing this genocide. She's also standing with these same cops that will brutalize Black people in East Chicago and in the South Side of Chicago constantly, day in and day out. She also stands with these same cops that will murder Black people for the sake of, oh, they felt threatened by our skin. That's who Kamala Harris is. She stands with these thugs. She stands with these goons. And of course, she stands with the genocidal Zionist state. Go ahead. Sorry.
Of course. No, it's all good. I was just thinking, like, in 2020, when it was popular to be against the cops, especially from a Democratic point of view, she did lip service for an idea that is a pacified version of defund the police. She has something out there that shows her saying this type of stuff. And I'm pretty sure just that existing is enough for people to look past the fact that the police state, under the current regime that she is a part of, is being utilized against people who don't like to see our tax dollars murdering babies. And just the fact that that we have to do a protest like this against genocide underneath a quote unquote lesser evil should have been the major wake up call that lesser evils don't exist. This is what we come down to. But at this point, you have people doing whatever they can to compartmentalize, separate, all that type of stuff to justify their cowardice and their desire to stay in this depraved party.
Katie, let me ask you a question really quick. Let's say hypothetically, you have a lady that pays off a murder for hire to kill her husband. And the murder for hire actually succeeds to kill her husband. Is that lady essentially a murderer?
Yes.
Okay. So by that very logic, then if you are paying people to exterminate a group of people in a genocide, then that also makes the person paying for the genocide also just as much of a terrorist as the people carrying out the terrorism. Does it not?
Yeah, that same logic is used against Iran and with Hamas. Now, you and I both know that I don't think Hamas are terrorists at all. I think they are freedom fighters. But that is the same logic that the West use over here. Like, okay, Hamas is funded by or gets some sort of help from Iran. Therefore, Iran is another terrorist state attacking Israel. It's the same logic. So I will use the same logic that they use for the global South for the West.
So by that notion that you have set up right there, why would I vote for either a Donald Trump or a Kamala Harris? That would be the equal of me negotiating with terrorists.
Because people think you can negotiate with terrorists. That's the thing. The only reason why you would ever even think of giving a vote to either of these people is if you think you can gain something out of it. And people who are standing behind Kamala Harris, despite this genocide that she will continue to fund, despite the fact that she has corporatists in her ear for her economic plan, despite that she is practically more further to the right than Ronald Reagan, there's something that people have convinced themselves they will gain or maybe not lose in their support for her. And again, it's completely selfish and really, it's silly. It's silly at the end of the day.
Yeah. So right now, Chuck Schumer is speaking, but this is getting more intense.
Don't you cry. Palestine will never die. Don't you cry. Palestine will never die. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
KD, I'm telling you right now, I'm nervous, man. I am nervous. You know, but I applaud the bravery of these people who are standing against this police state and trying to suppress people's free speech.
Can you imagine these guys going home to their families and they're asked how their day was? Like, oh yeah, I just slammed a anti-genocide protester into the ground, honey. Like what? Like how do you live with yourself and do this? I can't fathom it.
And the funny thing is, you have these black cops, these great value Carl Winslows that are sitting here in Chicago that think that they're actually protecting the people when in reality their job is to protect property. Meanwhile, a lot of you black cops that are there used to be property. You used to be. And now look at you. You're actually protecting property for the same people that are degrading your community. Shame on all of you. Shame on you. For the fact that you actually are trying to protect property for these billionaires, for these super wealthy. You're protecting the property of the people who are literally funding a genocide, and they do not give a damn about any one of you.
Dang, I'm getting a little nervous too.
Me too, man. This is all live, people. This is live. Right now, Chuck Schumer is speaking, but I feel like this is just a little bit more important than hearing, Chuck Schumer speak right now.
Most
because this
definitely
is what's really going on, and a lot of people aren't talking about what's going on the outside. And I think that's, and I look to the person who told me to come on Status Quo, I gotta say a big thank you, because you said there's a standoff, and I'm just like, huh? And so, all right, so right now the police are funneling them, looks like, away. The Palestinian protesters are arm in arm right now.
Yeah, so way they don't break lines.
Yeah. And also, I think one of the things that people need to realize is also, and the reason why this is having a freeze, it's not me, it's the actual feed is frozen now, is because what they will do, police will do, is that they will have these scramblers that will interfere with feeds, that will interfere with Wi-Fi as well as things like that, and kind of slow things down. I forgot exactly what they're called, but they can also kind of read your phones and things like that. So they actually have these things. They'll have them in helicopters and in drones in the sky. And so they also can suppress the feeds, the reception for things like this. So cell jammers, yes. Rondo, thank you very much. So yes, that's also what's going on here. So we'll go back to this in a second. Let's go back to I do not like this guy. This guy just gives me sleeve vibes, but
he really does.
Never ever get again. So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate, and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
why does he look like Ted Cruz and Grandpa Munster?
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs.
Joe Biden just did the same thing. What are you talking about? Joe Biden just introduced tariffs.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this woman is lying. Good God. She is lying to all y'all, and you're falling for it.
The price of insulin at $35 a month, and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need. And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class.
For
That-
the middle
that-
for the middle class and not the homeless.
And even so, just the introduction of 3 million new homes, there are already 9 million vacant homes, and the total number of vacant homes is like 15 million, but that includes like seasonal homes and like timeshares, stuff like that. But of properties that aren't like that, that still leaves a whole 9 million empty units for rent, for sale, or foreclosed, all that stuff that, you know, is still out there. People are still unhoused. But if you add 3 million new homes without any sort of regulation for hedge fund or private equity firms from buying them up, how does this stop the crisis? Why, like, what's to stop Blackstone, which is owned by BlackRock, to not do keep buying homes? Here's this guy. I despise this man. I despise this man with a passion.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember
Stop Donald Trump.
where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond.
What, the vaccines that Trump
American
initiated?
Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class.
Thought it was 2,000.
We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history.
But no Medicare for all.
Right.
Provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%.
Only 10% of the working class is in a union.
Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country.
The thing is, the political will isn't there to actually do things for people, because if the political will was really there, then we would have Medicare for all. We would have gotten rid of homelessness in this country. We would not be having wars that are killing people in places like Gaza, or we wouldn't be doing proxy wars in places like Ukraine going against people in Russia. We would not be trying to arm Taiwan to do another proxy war or some type of proxy war with China. If the political will was there, we would have reparations for African American descendants of slavery. If the political will was there, then we would have staved off climate change. See, a lot of these things that I just listed are very popular positions for the most part, within the United States. But the problem is that why isn't this being passed? Because the political will is the will of the corporations, not the people. And the thing that Bernie Sanders isn't telling you is that the people who he's actually championing are the people who are actually following the lead of the corporations and not the leadership of the people. So Bernie Sanders is actually lying to you right now. And the thing is like a lot of these things, some may be somewhat true, but there's not completely true. Because some of the things that he talked about with like the child tax credit, they let it end. So therefore it's no longer in play right now. And millions of kids are starving again. So Bernie Sanders is also either telling you half truths or lies right now.
Yep, he is the biggest tool for the Democratic Party, and he fooled so many young, somewhat radical-minded individuals that have some sense of care for humanity. He tricked all of those people and feels no shame about it. This is an evil person. Without a doubt in my mind, this is an evil man.
Yeah. And meanwhile, instead of actually fighting for the people who are actually who actually need it, Bernie Sanders is up there with them on, the ivory tower. Meanwhile, you have actual people who are literally in the streets standing off against police that are standing for Palestine. And that's what you have.
Uh-oh.
I'm just checking to see what's going on with this cab. Like, what are they doing?
I'm pretty sure they're just I'm not going to talk bad about that person. I don't know who they are.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, if I were an independent senator, I would be out there with them. I would not be inside with the rest of them. And yet you have people like Bernie Sanders that are cheering on the empire because he thinks somehow that cheering on the empire for crumbs will actually be good enough.
Well, Bernie Sanders doesn't get crumbs. So therefore, he doesn't care to sell us crumbs. Honestly, everything that he said, I don't even know if it's true or not. I mean, maybe initially there might be some truth in there, But we looking at reality. We can look that racial wealth disparity has increased over time. Like it's higher now than it was in the 80s. You could see that homelessness increases every year. This is the highest point, that the highest number that we've seen of homelessness on record. Same with police shootings. And yet these people that Bernie Sanders is just selling himself out for, they add to this plight and just paint over something. People don't need to deliver anymore. And folks like Bernie Sanders have made it so that we accept no delivery. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh shit.
Oh, they just arrested somebody.
Damn. Man. All while Bernie Sanders is still speaking. I'm checking right now. Yep, he's still speaking. And this is what's going on. And I'm jumping back and forth because I know a lot of people are probably still just covering the convention itself, but I think it's important to jump back and forth to show what's actually going on.
And they're just standing there, just
Well, there's somebody on the ground right now behind them.
I know that they're just trying to make sure that people don't help them not get arrested. And the thing is that it's not cool to get arrested. This is something that could follow that person, and all for what? Because they don't want to have their money go towards genocide.
Yeah. So let me unmute.
Viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina!
That picture that somebody's holding up is Colin Kaepernick kneeling on Trump's neck. Colin Kaepernick is kneeling on Trump's neck in a picture. Look at the bottom on the right-hand side. Look.
Yes. That's hilarious.
Oh, I am so happy to witness this with you, Cam. Oh my goodness. But I mean, to be serious, I think, we have to kind of, juxtapose, what's going on, about what's going on between what's going on indoors with all these people and what's going on outdoors. Is this J.D. Pritzker? All right, so let's go over to this. Let's go over to J.D. Pritzker that's about to speak. He is the governor of Illinois. And he's not a good JB, by the way, just letting y'all know.
Great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty.
So, of course, this is trying to make it seem like this is against Donald Trump. But be honest with you, a lot of the issues that Donald Trump, here you go. A lot of the things that Donald Trump has, done are the same things that Joe Biden has done, and vice versa. And mind you, J.D. Pritzker is also, I think he's a billionaire, just like Trump. So what is the difference? I don't really see that much of a difference. They're both in the same class.
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm. What'd you say? I think you're muted. Are you muted?
Well, he's got.
Oh, I can hear you. It's kind of dragging a little bit. Okay, I can hear you though. Just checking on the protesters right now. Yeah. All right, so we can go back to this guy.
Discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15.
We want to go to the grocery store without having to worry about getting our heads bashed in by cops either.
Hell, I want to go to the grocery store and not get my wallet waxed. I'm not even thinking about somebody with a gun.
Yeah. I mean, really, we're being robbed by the actual grocery store. Right. That's what we're being robbed by. My goodness.
Successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird.
Oh my God.
And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people.
So Trump's tax cuts
That includes a secure.
Sorry, go ahead.
Trump's tax cuts that all these Democrats gonna rail against and pretend that, like, that's only him. It got passed in the Senate with 51 votes. Not a single Democrat, not even the beloved Bernie Sanders, decided to do what Republicans do all the time and hit that thing with the filibuster and prevent that from passing. And if it somehow did get past filibuster, Biden, with the same makeup in the House, didn't reverse. And now we're here with that raising the corporate tax rate to 28% is somehow progressive, and that it will somehow get passed when there's a very high likelihood that they'll have the same makeup that they had in 2020, which is not filibuster proof. So who are these people kidding to?
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, who are they really kidding? Let's get back to his speech.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up.
Cleaning it up?
Okay, so now Kamala is the one in charge doing all the stuff. So we can blame the genocide on Kamala now? Can we do that? Because people have been trying to pretend that because she's VP, she has nothing to do with Biden. But this dude just said that she's been trying to clean up Trump's mess. So we can blame Kamala for genocide, is what it sounds like to me.
Well, you're right. You are absolutely right.
Please welcome former chair and CEO of American Express and current chair and managing director of General Catalyst, Ken Chenault.
So, former CEO of American Express.
My fellow Americans,
I'm about to say,
17 years,
the credit card?
I ran American Express.
Yes. Oh, venture capitalist
one of the
firm.
greatest companies in this country. America has thousands of great companies, more than any other nation in the world. And that's not by accident.
Is helping
the United States
own
is the
this
best
country,
place
this
in the
party.
world to do business because of the values on which our country was built.
Why in the world is a venture capitalist invited to the Democratic National Convention?
For the workers, James, obviously.
That's crazy. Venture capitalists invited to speak at the DNC? This party is not for the workers. They are too far gone. Both parties are trash. Throw both these parties away. Leave them both. The fact that this guy is able to be there to speak is deplorable. The basket of deplorables are the people that are on that stage and on the RNC stage. These are the basket of deplorables. These are vultures. These are parasites. And they're sitting there trying to make it sound like they're for democracy, when in reality, if they weren't for democracy, then they wouldn't be stiffing the workers the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
This is wild. Meanwhile, you have a bunch of brave people outside that are actually protesting what's going on. let's go back to them really quick, shall
Those
we?
voices don't matter. Those voices don't matter to the DNC. They made it very clear. But they're for the people. You know.
Yep. And they're still.
We need to take a left here so we can get to the train station in the loop. We will be taking a left. Everyone prepared for moving to the left.
I can't hear. What do you want to do?
We're taking a left.
A left?
All right, we're crossing to the left. Let us
Can you,
through.
hold on. Can you just hold that? What do you want to do? All right, where do you want to go? Where's our final destination?
We have to get over the river. We are all.
Wow.
Just insane. just crazy.
Yeah. It is.
Like they're real though, having a whole party. They're having a whole party indoors. Big old celebration, jamboree, a shindig, if you will. And and on the outside is the police state in full action in a Democrat-ran city.
Yeah. And it irritates the hell out of me because, you know, people are falling for this charade, you know, and I just, you know, I'm still reeling about that venture capitalist being able to speak at the DNC. And the thing is, like, I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be shocked. My anger really is the fact that there's so many people who are fooled into this. And then whenever we try to tell them about it, they resist and they're like, no, one party's still better than the other, when in reality, still these venture capitalists are giving money to both parties. These corporations like BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street are giving money to both parties. It's just, it's sick. You know, the system, actually, you know what? I'm gonna stop saying the system is sick, because that means that that this system was once healthy. It was never healthy. You know, the system is just, it's a demented, horrible system.
Well, it was a system that originally only served landowning from not that big of a change from serving another landowning white man that just lived across the sea. Like that is the foundation of this country.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at with it. This is by design. It's operating how it's supposed to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So
I cannot imagine being one of those guys in uniform. Just I can't. How do you be that? How do you be that?
Yeah. And that's actually a really good question. So let's go back to the DNC convention. Who would they have coming up next?
Repeal Obamacare.
Donald Trump over the weekend again threatened to repeal Obamacare.
This would lead to Americans having their health insurance taken away.
There are about 19 million people with.
You know what's funny?
Coverage to Medicaid expansion, another 16 million enrolled through the ACA's health insurance marketplaces, and we'd probably be talking about many millions of people becoming uninsured.
Biggest worries, losing the safety net of pre-existing conditions coverage.
What happens if you lose this insurance?
Our son would die.
What makes you think this isn't just a hollow threat?
This is one of the few campaign promises that he actually tried very hard to keep. So we better believe him when he says he's coming after this.
Even if you have
But
insurance.
he failed. He definitely said he was going to dismantle Obamacare in 2016. He said he was going to do that. And when he had power in the Senate, power in the House, or even executive orderly power, we still have Obamacare. So, like, what credible threat is there? Since it's like these people forget that we lived through 2017 to 2020, as if like we don't have a record of him saying the exact same stuff and him not delivering on that stuff. But now we trust him this time. It's ridiculous.
Yep, absolutely.
Little kick in our campaigns. And let me tell you, we are feeling en fuego right now.
In fuego. Oh, that was so quick and witty.
We are fired up to elect Kamala Harris president of the United States.
She even sounds like she's rich. She sounds like she sounds like old money. You know how old money sounds?
Indubitably, yes.
Oh my goodness, they sound like this and then laugh like this.
It hurts to move their face when they talk.
Yeah, she got the Botox treatment earlier that day during lunchtime. She had an E. coli salad along with her Botox.
See, no crow's feet at all in the eye. You see it?
Oh my goodness. Ah. Yep. Oh my gosh. Is this where we're going right now?
This is where we're at.
I'm just trying to see, those are probably real pearls that she's wearing. She probably got around $10,000 around her neck.
Probably.
Along with that bracelet, she's probably got a good $12,000 to $13,000 on her right now, just in jewelry.
As Attorney General, she took on drug companies that jacked up prices and hospitals that overcharged patients. And when Republicans tried to kill the Affordable Care Act, she stood up in the Senate, voting not just no, but hell no.
But she got money from Steve Mnuchin when her law firm tried to actually go after. When they tried to go after Steve Mnuchin, he just gave her money.
Yeah, I could have sworn she signed on to Medicare for all too. Why isn't that in the topic of discussion for her? I thought she was a good progressive choice. And Tim Walz, man, we got Tim Walz. Where's the progressivism?
I mean, that's a good question. Where is healthcare for all? Like, for instance, Joe Biden said he wasn't going to be for Medicare for all, but why isn't Kamala Harris, pushing for that? Because she turned her back on Medicare for all back in 2020. Remember?
Oh yeah, very quick.
Mm-hmm. And just for the Black people that are watching, imagine what a nationalized healthcare system or even a single payer healthcare system would do for us. Let's continue.
Kamala Harris will protect your right to care. She'll cap drug costs. She'll go after corporate price gougers and ensure every woman who needs it can access reproductive health care.
How?
It's not even on her website, though.
That's the president I want. And that's the president America needs. And with your help, That's the next president of the United States.
I think it's
Kamala
so lame that they try to use, oh yeah, we're gonna lower costs for like 10 prescription drugs or something like that. There are like over 20,000 prescription drugs on the market, on the shelves that are prescribed. 20,000. But we're gonna give her props because she wants to lower 10.
What is Ana Navarro doing back on stage again?
I don't know.
With her diamond earring.
She had
I mean, they all
lost her
got
mother to
next
cancer in 2009. Kamala helped me navigate my grief. She said that heartbreak and loss are the price for having loved and having been loved. How I wish our mothers could be here to see this moment.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
In the next 4 years, America will invariably have moments of great sadness and pain in our country. Some will be natural disasters. Some will be man-made disasters. We need a president who can not only be commander-in-chief, but also consoler-in-chief. We need a president with empathy, capable of lifting us up when we are down. We need a president who is capable of holding us in a big, great hug when we need it. That is Kamala Harris.
You know, I have to say this. Ana Navarro never stopped being a Republican. It's just the Democratic Party actually moved to her.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. And all that stuff she's saying about Kamala Harris, Karen stuff, I don't know if you've noticed, but every single like public interaction you see with Kamala Harris and somebody showing some type of like with Drew Barrymore, right? When she said, we really need Mamala, right? Whatever. And Kamala's looking like, yeah, I'll be like that was, it's like she struggled trying to feign like concern for that. And then there's other things. She's just so awkward in public. Oh no, they're doing another arrest.
Sorry, I had to show this really quick. But please keep going.
No, it's just like she I don't even know where these people get this idea that she can console people. Like every time a camera's in her face and it's some type of like someone giving her some warm expression or something, she acts like she doesn't even want to be touched by them. But we're supposed to be convinced that she's some sort of nurturer. Yeah. Nah, I don't buy it.
Yeah. Speaking of a lack of being nurturing, right now what we're seeing is protesters that are outside of the DNC. This is via Status Quo News. Shout out to Status Quo for covering this. They're actually sharing the protesters that are protesting the DNC, particularly pro-Palestine protesters that are protesting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They're being basically the best word I can use is being designated, chosen, or by the powers that be to be the nominees for the Democratic Party. And so now we see that the protesters are having a standoff with the police. They have been standing off for well over an hour now. And so with the Chicago police, and as we can see, there are people that are now trying to stave off the protesters because they want to arrest protesters as much as they possibly can, infringing upon their free speech rights to be able to be heard against this genocidal party, one half of the genocidal uniparty, really. And so this is what's going on. And, it's just this is as a backdrop of what is being said at the DNC convention. Really just goes to show that it is there really is no real regard for voters, because most people want a ceasefire. Most people, and by a ceasefire, they want a permanent one. And how can you give a permanent ceasefire if you're still sending weapons and money to Israel? And that's what Kamala Harris.
Clubs in their hands.
Yeah. This is to beat off protesters. And I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason why they don't have on full riot gear is because they know how bad it will look. That's the only reason why they don't have on full riot gear. But otherwise, they would. And they really want to. And, I'm just, hoping that if Nick and Rome are still out there, I hope they're safe. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, yeah, I agree that I hope they're safe.
Yeah, because I know that they have a lot to cover. So yeah, and they're doing a video presentation right now. All right, so looks like this is still going on. Just trying to make sure that I don't miss anything. Yeah, they're trying to load people up into the paddy wagon, basically.
Wow.
Right.
This is dystopian. This is dystopian. Not whatever made up scenario these liberals tell themselves will be the future if Kamala, the child butcher, doesn't get to be queen. Like this is happening right now. People are being arrested for being against genocide. Like you don't have to make this up. This is happening right now.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, and maybe some people will get mad at me for this, but it is what it is. The people who are outside that are standing off with the police, they are good people. The people that are inside that are cheering for Kamala Harris because they think that either somehow she's going to turn the tide on the genocide, or if they don't care and they just want to protect whatever rights that they think that the Democratic Party will protect, when in reality they won't. You're a bad person. I'm just saying it. I'm sorry. Because the thing is, like, you're being told that this is not going to happen. Kamala Harris's national security advisor said that she will not support an arms embargo. She will continue to supply Israel with weapons. So therefore, like I said earlier, if somebody is supplying a terrorist with weapons and money in order to carry out terrorism, then that person who's doing the providing of the money and weapons is also, by extension, a terrorist. And so you are literally negotiating with terrorists when you say, okay, well, if you're going to continue to keep this terrorism, as long as I can get these particular rights that are basically crumbs, you are negotiating with terrorists. I am sorry that this hurts your feelings, but you are negotiating with terrorists. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance are terrorists, and they will continue to terrorize not just Palestine, but Congo, Haiti, Sudan, the rest of the world, as long as it means that the corporations get theirs. And so whenever you say, oh, I'm going to vote for this person for harm reduction, you're talking about making a deal with terrorists for harm reduction. Harm reduction for whom? For whom? And the thing is like people go, well, we can't vote for a third party or independent because then that person will win. You know what? Here's the issue with that. You're going to screw over yourselves and the world no matter who you vote for, as long as you vote for the two-party system. And if a lot more people actually started to vote for people who are actually outside of the two-party system, then we would have better options. The problem is that you continuously put forth people who are going to keep us going into the direction of evil, all because you keep believing them. You believe what they tell you. When in reality, let's say hypothetically, a bunch of people do vote for third party. And let's say hypothetically that Donald Trump does win, right? How is that going to make someone who's dead in any one of these countries more dead than what they are? And somebody will say, well, they're going to kill even more. They're ramping it up now. They never stopped. Oh, so suddenly they're going to go after kids? Too late. Too late. Oh, some people were telling me on Twitter, oh, well, if Donald Trump gets elected, then they're going to move on to the West Bank. Too late. Too late. They've already gone against the West Bank.
See,
Donald Trump said finish the. What's the difference between saying for Donald Trump saying finish the job or Joe Biden paying them to finish the job, but he just doesn't say it? What's the difference?
There is none. There's no difference. I'm convinced that, you know, if I were to give these people the benefit of the doubt is that they're naive. What I personally think is more accurate is that they just they're too lazy to organize. Someone like Biden was able to pacify a whole slew of defund the police, Black Lives Matter protesters. There's nobody in the streets, even though police brutality and police murders has increased since then. There's nobody really heavily doing that organization that was happening under Trump. With someone that, like Trump, that at least throws threats out there that can get people boots shaken, that means that if they want to stop it, that means they themselves are gonna have to get up and go do something. And I just don't think they want to. I genuinely believe these people are so stuck on maintaining their own comfort that outweighs any sort of actual, tangible, positive, material change. And that's where it's at. I don't think it's more so they just believe Democrats. They just don't want to work, and Democrats allow them not to work in a sense that their conscience is able to relax a bit, which is sick.
Yeah. And here we have Olivia Pope speaking to the DNC convention.
Obstacle. My father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America, faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share, faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Oh boy.
All of them. Depraved.
Yeah. But another thing I wanted to bring up is, what harm reduction is it when you have a 12% increase in homelessness? Like what harm reduction is that? What harm reduction is the homelessness? People who are homeless are overrepresented. The people who are LGBTQ who are overrepresented in homelessness. that are constantly, facing, being in danger out in the streets. Like, what harm reduction is that?
That Mesa, I've seen that before. I think something Mesa, Arizona, is the mayor. I saw something.
Mm-hmm. And so that's what that's what I'm asking. It's like, what is the harm reduction for us continuously giving money to these big corporations, and they sell us down the river? Like, how many people are now becoming a nation of renters? What harm, how is that harm reduction? And this is all happening under Joe Biden. Like, I'm trying to look at the tangible, actual action. What good is harm reduction if our veterans are being homeless day after day?
Okay, yeah. So I thought I saw it before. So Mesa just had a recent cop killing. Well, a cop killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was, and he's a Republican. We love that bipartisan stuff over here.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why harm reduction doesn't exist.
What's been left behind?
These people work together with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
It's our dream to have a large family.
Being a parent, it's the most important thing in my life.
For decades, Americans have turned to the miracle of IVF treatments.
She felt like a dream come true.
The fact that she was able to build a family, that's why I do what I do.
Without IVF, I don't know how this would have been possible.
IVF treatment gives many patients an opportunity to have a family.
I love that I get to help people every day become parents.
But a party that pretends to be pro-family wants to put a stop to this. They are attacking the right to expand and start a family.
It's unthinkable.
They may never have the family that they've dreamt of.
In the U.S. Senate,
Republicans blocked a Democratic bill that would have established protections for in vitro fertilization.
Mr. Vance, no.
If Republicans actually cared as much about protecting IVF, this would have been a simple yes vote.
Family means support.
To me, family is your whole world. It's the life that you build.
IVF made my family.
It made my heart whole.
It made my life full.
It made my life.
Let me ask you this. How is, are these people able, first of all, I feel like if you can afford IVF, then the struggle financially doesn't really affect you that much if you can afford IVF.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's covered by insurance, but it feels like for people who, have to get IVF, my question is, if you're financially not doing well, then how in the world do you explain bringing a child into the world? And then the Democrats allow the child tax credit to expire. So now that you have to suffer, your kid has to suffer because of being in financial terrible straits.
Well, that's because they're not talking. They're not talking to the working poor, though they are pretending to be a part of the working class. They're talking to people who get IVFs. An IVF costs between $14,000 and $20,000, and I'm very sure it also isn't covered by like insurance unless you got some really good insurance. They're not talking to working poor. They're talking to the people who get IVFs.
Yeah. So ultimately, if they're talking to the more affluent, then that means that, they don't really ever talk to the poor. And I think that, you know, you need people who are going to speak to the needs of the poor, and it's never going to be in either one of these parties.
Nope.
So let's hear what Tammy Duckworth has to say.
After 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you.
All these people who are really fear-mongering, right? And while, you know, standing by when what they're fear-mongering actually does horrible things to them. Rondo says Medicare for all. I mean, wouldn't a single-payer healthcare system or a nationalized healthcare system cover IVF? You know?
I'm doing this quick search just to, you know, because she told me to. I'm just looking up this thing, and it says that IVF or embryos created via IVF should be considered children. So I mean that's silly, but I guess I don't know. I guess I'll have to keep reading, but yeah, this is a rich liberals problem, and that's why they care.
Yeah, it's rich liberals, and the thing is, it's like how many people are actually, you know, how many people who are broke in the hood that can't have kids, you know what I'm saying? That are actually, you know, talking about, oh, we need to, you know, push for IVF. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that is something worthwhile, but priorities, like why do we have child poverty, period? Like, let's fix the child poverty.
Yeah.
Why aren't we fixing that first? You know what I'm saying? Why aren't, like, hold up. Let me ask this question. Why in the world do we have a system where if a parent cannot financially provide for their kids, we will take the kids from their parent and then give it to a foster parent and then give that foster parent money to take care of the kid instead of the kid actually staying with their own parent?
Because it doesn't make sense, but it only makes sense if you hold this idea that failure in a capitalist system is a self problem, that it's your fault as an individual for failing to thrive in this disgusting system. And so it's a punishment because you as a parent failed to be well off here. We're going to take away your kids and give it to someone to where now it's their job to take care of your kids. So we're paying this person as if it's a job because you failed as an individual to make it far in capitalism. And that's the sick ideology of individualism that is just ingrained in this country and among a lot of these people. Like that's the only way you could justify taking someone's kids away because they're struggling and paying someone else to do the job of taking care of the kid.
So that's one of my biggest issues is people like Tammy Duckworth saying things like that. It's like, well, we can, you know, push for this. And it's like, okay, but what about the kids that need to be taken care of? Like, we're not taking care of them, and you're allowing these kids to fall by the wayside. You know, it's like, yeah, you know, can we do both? Actually, can we make sure the kids aren't going homeless, the kids aren't going hungry? You know, as a kid that was raised, you know, in a relatively poor household, I know it's like to be homeless. You know, when I was young, I know what it's like. You know, and I would have wished my mom actually got more help, but they didn't want to help her because they feel like, oh, you know, you being impoverished is a moral failing. In reality, it's not a moral failing, it's a systemic failing. And one of my favorite quotes is, I forget the author, but it says, when a flower doesn't bloom, you change the environment in which the flower grows, not the flower itself. And the problem is that we're so stuck on trying to change the flower when in reality, all you have to do is change the soil, change how much water you give it, change the amount of sunlight, change the food that you give it to sustain it. You have to change the environment. The problem is that nobody wants to change the environment. They think there's something wrong with the flower.
I would say that it's the leaders that don't want to change the environment, and they know it's not the flower's fault, but they convinced the voting public that the only way to do stuff is to change the flower. Changing the environment for the better of the people would require whoever is holding power to betray the powers that be. You know, our corporations, corporate money, wealth, billionaire money. That's who these leaders respond to. That's who pays them. That's who they work for, and that's why. Even someone as kind-hearted as they might seem, if they're in this party of corporatism, they can't. Oh Lord, let's see what he says.
Yeah.
Beautiful blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here.
Here's a Zionist that is married to Kamala Harris. Yep.
Up for all of us.
Yeah.
But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task.
He has his
and
own
she will be
flyers.
a great president. We will all be.
What'd you say?
They have signs for the first husband. Really? Do they do that? Look at that.
Yep.
They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left
I
their
don't
garage
care.
door
Why do we
open.
care?
Wherever you ended up at dinner time.
He's telling you how middle class he really is. He's just trying to say, hey, I'm just like the rest of you middle class people. Not like those poors. Oh, fully. Wait, did I do that?
When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time.
Don't care.
And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school.
A little help from his dad, KD.
But he got himself. He did it. With a little help from everybody, I did it on my own to get through law school. I'm so resilient.
A little help from his dad. What does that mean?
But my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed.
So he called up Montel Williams' former girlfriend at 8:30 a.m. My question is, why are we hearing all this? Why are we hearing the story of budding lovebirds when we really should be talking about policy?
I like how he didn't say where exactly they who helped set them up or something. Like he just randomly, hey Doug M. Hoff, I got a nice senator that I think you might like. What? For one, who cares about the story? And two, I feel like so much stuff is missing because you know how Nick calls him like her AIPAC handler.
Yeah,
I have a very good feeling that wherever they met and whoever set them up, it's got to be some ties to AIPAC. I
wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past them. And my thing is just like, he can talk about how they met all they want, but rent still due.
Mm-hmm.
The light bill still due. And a lot of people are still suffering in the dark. A lot of people are still out there in the streets right now that are homeless. And, why is that? Because the thing is that everybody who would benefit from actual real world policies that they actually could implement, they don't want to talk about it. So they just want to talk about how, Kamala and Doug and how they met. And it's like, I don't care how you met. I care about what's going to happen to, with my healthcare. I care about what's going to happen to my neighborhood because it's being gentrified. That's what I care about. I don't care about how y'all met. Y'all, look, y'all could have, hang on. Doug and Kamala could have met, you know, at a swingers party for all I care. I don't give a damn. What I care about is what actually you're going to do for me and my family. That's what I care about. And people are so stuck on, oh my God, the lovebirds. So who cares?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, these people love Hollywood. Like, that's the thing. They love everything that's not real. They love. You know, I think they made at least 2 movies about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, and their love story. Like, and people eat that stuff up. Like, that's I don't want to say it's just it's good aura. It's, oh my gosh, they make me feel so great. I love this. Like, it's meaningless stuff.
Yeah, basically. And you know, that's one of the reasons why I really despise this party, because you know, it's not just you know, I just dislike them for their policy, their failure to implement policies. My issue with them is that they make it sound like they stand with the working people, with the marginalized people, but they don't. You know, like, I know where the Republicans stand, and I know that they actually don't want to do anything for working people. And so it's like the wolf. I know that you're there to tear me apart, but this is the fox. This is the one that smiles and makes you think that they're with you, when in reality, they're also there to eat you too.
Yeah.
Up when it matters. Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important.
She was pushing the 25th Amendment on Joe Biden. That's what she was doing.
That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too.
Oh, that's a damn line.
Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about.
Oh my God. That's exactly what he's talking about.
Yup, that's exactly what he's talking about. The ones that he doesn't like, because he wants the settler colonial project to stay in place. That's the type of look that he's talking about.
I can't stand this crap.
Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, Katie, for subjecting you to this.
No,
But
man, I volunteered for this. You know, it's not your fault.
I'm taking you with me, brother, because I can't do this alone.
Voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States.
He sounds like Fozzie the Bear, doesn't he?
Oh, dang. I don't know who that is.
Oh, you should. People who in the comments who know who the Muppets are, he sounds like Fozzie the Bear.
Oh, I just don't know his name.
Goodness gracious.
We fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
I think that's entirely incorrect. That is very incorrect. Very incorrect.
Oh my gosh, he does sound like Fozzie the Bear. And oh my goodness, hug for the cameras. Oh my god. So, I mean, for the most part, so we heard from Kamala Harris's husband, really just giving all these stories, making it sound like, oh hell.
My God.
Here we go. All right, guys. Okay.
The only way I would absolutely love this is if she said, "Actually, I'm the nominee," or something like just like
Yeah.
it's like I'm Michelle Obama and I'm your new nominee. Like it's just something wild. It's like what? I don't know.
And she's
It's
more
not gonna be
popular
like-
than Kamala.
She is. I just think that would be hilarious. This.
Yep.
Okay. We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much.
Uh-oh. The mic kind of low.
She's getting more applause than her husband did. Another Zionist, by the way.
Oh yeah.
All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah.
It's got to be crap.
You know, we're
'Cause
feeling it here
don't
in
know what
this
else it is.
arena, but it's spreading all
Mm-hmm.
familiar
Crap. That's what
feeling
it is.
that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
Oh,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice.
How come your morality wasn't high enough for you to be against genocide? How come you didn't use your voice to stop genocide? How come you didn't use your voice to discuss about police cities being built all over the place? What is up with this? These people just say stuff, just say anything, just, oh, that sounds nice, they're gonna eat this up, and just say it.
Where was her moral compass when Black wealth tanked under her husband? What was that? Where many Black families actually lost their homes because her husband decided to give a bailout to the banks instead of bailing out actual homeowners. Where was her moral compass then? You got to remember, this is a rich woman that's speaking right now. A very rich woman.
I think this speaks to how just depraved our whole Overton window is just in general. The fact that these people are considered the rational of the two parties and they support the same evils. They just know how to cover up their faces better than the other. But these are the options. Our Overton window is so, I mean, for lack of better words, it's so evil. That's why it's always picking a quote unquote lesser. Like we've already decided that our whole system here is evil, and we've accepted that.
Yeah, and you know the fact is, like, you don't hear her dispute whatever her husband does.
Nope.
If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So,
was that a dig at us?
Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America.
Locking people up, especially kids that may have been truant because of being disabled, locking up, Black men, denying them, the trans prisoners the means to be able to transition, things like that. Yeah.
I've never seen people other than the Republican National Convention be this excited to be lied to. Like, these people love being lied to, and it's weird.
Yeah.
It's about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued.
They don't believe that.
Not at all.
If they did, then a lot of the policies that they say they espouse would have actually been passed.
Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit.
What do you mean?
From the affirmative action
Kamala
of
Harris
generational
literally
wealth.
failed forward. Kamala Harris
God.
didn't win her own state in 2020, yet ended up being the second in command. Kamala Harris won no primary votes in 2020 for this go around, and she is getting the nomination. She literally failed forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No.
She didn't even win the primary. They're not. Oh my God. She literally just cheated.
No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something.
Yeah, y'all kill people abroad with our money and kill us here.
What we've seen from Kamala Harris, the steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great.
Wow.
Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black.
There we go.
That's all you need here. Aren't they fear mongering about? Aren't they telling us to be afraid of the other side too?
Yeah.
That's all they have is fear, just like the Republicans.
Yep.
Those Black jobs.
I really hate how that was just, that comment was so taken somewhere else that you got these people like, oh, you're like, my Black job, it's so silly. But I think the guest that you had on yesterday like made a very good point that when people come here, you know, in the context that Trump said Black jobs being lost to illegal immigrants, the jobs that they take are they would be from poor areas, and who is in this country has history of living in poverty, but Black America.
Yeah.
So Black people in Black working class would be losing their jobs in a sense to this. Yeah. So but they took it like, oh, Donald Trump said black job. He's racist. Like, ridiculous.
Yep.
It only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
There's no other choice but genocide with big, happy smiles and cuddles. That's crazy.
This is all vibes, man.
As we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies.
Oh,
No.
wow.
See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands.
This is
We
crazy.
cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right.
What the hell?
That's a snap against us.
We cannot
That for sure was a snap against us.
our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
I don't want someone like Kamala.
Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human.
Shut the f.
They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But
Genocide is not a
y'all,
mistake.
This is not.
Rock City is not a mistake.
No, This is
People
up to us,
dying without
all of
health care
us,
is not a
to
mistake.
be the solution.
Yep.
All of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right.
Yeah.
To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity.
They're standing up outside and protesting the lady that you're trying to vouch for.
This would drive me insane if I wasn't talking to you right now, man. Like decency, humanity, like you just said, what's happening outside right now, and they're gonna tell us that we are too picky, that we are the ones that are going to be the reason that stuff goes to hell, when stuff is already in hell right now under Biden and Harris, that administration. This is so disgusting.
Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness.
Oh, so don't reach out to people and actually give them your policy positions and what you'll do for them. That's what basically she's saying.
And this is a talking point that I actually do think is like passed down and adopted by people of this ilk. I was in a conversation with somebody that spoke the exact same way. Well, it sounds like you don't like these particular policies, but you're not one, but you're just one person. What about stuff for everybody else? Even though I name stuff that impacts homeless people, Black people, people abroad, not me. But that's just what it is. If you have a criticism for the nice person, the nice genocider, it's because you're too picky. You just like, you just didn't like a few things. Why are you getting in the way of all that? It's crazy propaganda. Crazy.
Effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher. Yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
So that was former First Lady Michelle Obama. You know,
she still has some shit to say.
I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope.
No.
Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country.
More the party.
Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
People make me absolutely sick. What, no kiss?
Kamala's male counterpart.
It was Michelle. Look at her. Give her a hands up.
Hello, Chicago.
I despise this man too.
The person that's actually running the Democratic Party.
Yes, we. Oh my God.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
You know, George W. Bush probably wouldn't get this much applause at the RNC.
That's enough. Thank you, thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up.
Sick. Disgusting. Depraved.
I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible.
I'm actually getting a headache.
We have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president.
Well, yeah, remember, because it was under that in 2011.
Hard to believe
Gaddafi's
because I have not aged a bit.
murder.
But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president.
Really? Wow. Really? Mass incarcerator?
Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years.
There's not a bone in my body that believes that they like each other.
Just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right.
Politics are important. You don't put them aside.
We needed a leader.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
15 million jobs, higher wages, lower healthcare costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality.
What?
We needed a leader who was steady and brought people together.
The Democrats also is a cult of personality. What the hell
is that? Not what we're. That's literally what we're looking at right now. This is a cult.
History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president.
No,
democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
Oh, don't let me.
Oh my God. You just said they're not.
The torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help.
Whose fault is that?
Here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Oh my God, we need a dick joke. Ha 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 ha.
It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his
by Joe Biden.
friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress.
Then Joe Biden
that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign.
And Joe Biden tried to continue the border wall. He's continuing the border wall.
Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life.
But Roe v. Wade,
but most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place.
This is pure projection.
It is one of
because
the
they feel the
oldest
exact same way about
fallacies.
Kamala Harris with Trump.
From a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
Don Cheadle?
Don Cheadle.
America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got.
Her parents were
professors,
professors,
cares
right?
about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand.
Willie Brown got some things to say.
As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges,
But not One West.
securing billions of dollars
For Steve Mnuchin?
for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it.
Black Love, can I utter you? You're the reason why so many black people don't have homes.
She helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. She is running for president with plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid, and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions.
You promised that.
You promised it in 2008. And then you reneged in 2009.
That was what, 16 years ago?
Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours.
You should be causing them.
As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, we'll have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz.
Let me
tell you something. Let me tell you something.
This man's feeling himself so much. He loves this. You can tell he loves this. He's eating it up.
Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet.
Oh my God, this same freaking country bumpkin cell they try to do with Biden. This is so stupid.
Yeah. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision.
These people always advocate for class collaboration. And that's why there will never, ever be any sort of revolution within the Democratic Party.
Cynicism always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point
rig it.
to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units. And
You have to stop private equity firms and hedge funds from buying homes.
Harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority. And she's put out a bold new plan.
Didn't they just have a venture capitalist on stage not too long ago?
They did.
And he talking about the delusion.
It's crazy. Building more homes. What is building more homes on top of millions of homes going to do? It might lower interest rates. It might make the market, like the value of a home, cheaper because there's more out there. How does that stop these private equity firms from buying these cheaper houses with lower interest rates? We're going to build a house. That's going to help you, middle class America. Freaking ridiculous.
Yep.
We can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans.
We can make college with a $60 billion investment.
College shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of Governor.
Oh my God!
If you've got the skills and the drive,
ma'am,
you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will
raise the minimum wage to a living wage then. Raise it to $30 an hour if you need to.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make
How would you do that?
You built the kids in cages, Barack. You built them. You and Jay Johnson built those cages. So you have no right to say anything about the kids in cages at all, because you're the one that built them. And people need to realize this. Because of you building those cages and you doing that policy first, that gave Donald Trump the ability to do the same thing.
Yep. It's so crazy how he's talking like we have to do this all this type of stuff for all people. Everyone deserves a chance, whatever. And in none of the actions since he's been involved in his 8 years, Biden's been in charge with Kamala right there at the hip. They haven't done that. Not even tried to do that for everyone.
He is such an eloquent piece of shit.
We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay.
This is tolerant. They love tolerance. They're so tolerant. Pick us.
That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do.
No, democracy is what you guys didn't do that got Kamala Harris into the position of Democratic nominee.
That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority.
I'm willing to give grace to my fellow voters, but I'm not willing to give grace to people like Barack Obama. I'm not willing to give a grace to a man that killed Muammar Gaddafi. I am not willing to give grace to a man that turned 2 wars into 7. I am not willing to give grace to a man that promised that he would codify Roe v. Wade and then a year later said he's not his highest legislative priority. I am not willing to give grace to somebody that won't implement healthcare for all, for everyone, and instead goes by a Heritage Foundation Republican platform plan, and then implements that instead of an actual healthcare for all system. I am not willing to give grace to somebody like him, because the thing is that giving grace, giving, like you say all the time, Katie, giving an inch to these people means that we move further and further towards fascism. And the thing is that that's the problem. Barack Obama is more like Donald Trump than he would want you to realize. And that's the problem. People like Kamala Harris is more like Trump than she is willing to let you know. And you need to realize that a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Donald Trump, and a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for Kamala Harris. You do not get anything different. And this man right here is lying to you. He is a very eloquent liar. He lies so good, he makes it sound wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now.
No, they're disingenuous.
We live
is
in a
what they
time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up.
I knew he was going to take me.
I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over the families' heads, just to give their children something better.
You know, it's interesting.
But they knew what was true.
You know, it's interesting that he's an eloquent liar. He's an eloquent, you know, he's the type that can pull you in, you know, and that's what it feels like. It's like he can pull you in. He's so good at it that it's like for a second there, I kind of felt like a bit of nostalgia, but then I'm just like, wait a minute, this is a war criminal. This is a guy that has killed thousands. He literally murdered a American citizen and his 16-year-old son.
Yep.
That's who this guy is. Sometimes you have to mute him and just realize what he has done in order to not be swayed. Obama is like a cobra that kind of hypnotizes you with their movement before they strike.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head when you said that him and Trump have a lot in common. They both know how to like woo over their crowd. They both have their own special form of charisma that and they know how to use it. Like he is acting right now. All I see is an actor, and he's winning these people over because he knows how to win these people over. He is definitely a snake.
Yeah. Like I don't remember anybody being as good of an orator as him, but that's his ticket to disarm you, is his ability to be an orator and make you think I'm not dangerous when in reality he is.
And that right there is somebody that, you know, I'm not a psychologist, so I can't give them these, you know, these actual diagnoses, but it's terrifying how he's so good at this. Like that's what soul is there?
It's scary how good he is. He is a perfect villain. And I just want to highlight this. Chris C. absolutely says charismatic. Trump does it through comedy in some way, because I had to admit, Trump is hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Which can be disarming. And then Obama does it through his gestures and words. He is a drama actor. This is a masterclass in acting. Masterclass. The only person I can think that could probably do it this good is between Denzel and Will Smith.
All right.
We too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
I just got a text from the DNC. Thanks, Bernie Sanders. That Barack Obama just took the stage and wants to, and it's already asking for donations.
I got it at 8:15. It says Obama is about to take the stage. If we can raise $100,000 before he finishes, we can crush Trump. Give $3 now.
Why are they asking me, working class person, for money for these rich people?
Why are they asking me, somebody who's on a fixed income? You know, I don't know who's next, but to be honest with you, I'm not even interested because, and also it's like 11:45.
Yeah.
But, my thing is that, I wanted to at least get up to Barack Obama and cover what he said.
I think it's the end. Yeah.
Yeah. Who is this guy?
They're doing a benediction. So I think this is the end. I think he's going to pray.
Okay. So that's my time to exit. But, as far as, and the funny part is a benediction, they're doing a prayer. I thought we were for separation of church and state.
Well,
Are they going to do a Muslim prayer as well?
Doubt it.
Are they going to do a prayer from, a rabbi? Are they going to have a rabbi up there?
I'm surprised they didn't.
So that's the thing. I'm at a point where I want people to open up their eyes to what is really going on. This is why I have this channel. This is why, I'm on RBN, is because so many people are constantly being lied to. The reason why I didn't show any more of what was going on the ground through Status Quo is that they ended their stream. So that's why I didn't show the rest. While Barack Obama was speaking, I would have loved to be able to do that to show the contrast, but unfortunately, they had to end their stream. Who knows what is going on out there? We'll know by the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But I just to send you off. What is your big takeaway from this DNC convention and from some of the speeches you heard, as well as seeing the protesters out in the street?
Honestly, this was harder to get through than the RNC, because I think we all understand that the Republican Party as some sort of party for the working class, like, that's a joke. No one even pretends that's the case. So when you see what's expected from there, which is just fear mongering about brown people, gay people, black people, poor people, like when you see it, like, it's not like, okay, yeah, and they eat that up. It's here when you see the juxtaposition of the words of caring for your fellow man, about having a sense of humanity and decency, just compared to the literal police state being utilized against people who are defending the humanity of people across the sea. That it's so sick that people were so easily won over by flowery language, by the just saying the right buzzwords. There wasn't any sort of actual concrete policy spoken of at all, except maybe abortion rights, which these people always know to say abortion rights, but never lay out any form of plan. There's no plan if they have all the Congress together. There's no plan if they have half of Congress. There's no plan if the Supreme Court does something. They don't announce anything, just like, oh, I want to give you abortion rights. Like, it's so frustrating that this is what we've been left with as legitimate options for leaders, according to the American electorate, because they're too propagandized, too afraid, too just indifferent, selfish, to really take a step outside of the duopoly to actually make change the way that these people talk that they care about. If they want to do a change, the way they do that is to be antagonists to corporations. But since corporations pay them because they are of the same party with the Republican Party, of being a corporate party, they will never, ever go so far to be antagonists to corporations for the sake of the working class. I just read Kwame Ture's The Pitfalls of Liberalism, because I like to revisit that speech a lot. And it just touches on how liberals are middlemen for the oppressor and the oppressed, although they fear confrontation because they like to preserve the status quo for their own benefit and don't want to challenge the harsher oppressors because they are also in that class of oppressor. And this is what we're left here. This is you have evil people running this country, evil people, just already at the seat, like ready to go, ready to keep the evil going. And they rely on us to separate all sorts of evil in order for us to stay like this. And it's depressing to actually see people that I know personally throw genocide under the bus, throw Cop City under the bus, throw lack of healthcare under the bus, throw homelessness under the bus, all of that stuff, just because what? Because you have a party with some black people that know how to speak like preachers. It's pathetic, infuriating, actually. And my apologies for yelling in some cases, because I actually don't like to yell all that much. But you really do feel crazy when you care about people and watching these two parties operate the way they do.
Yep. Absolutely. And so I reflect everything, that you're saying. For all that are interested, we'll let you guys know. KD is also the author of the Chronicles for Black Political Power. And, KD also writes articles as well, which I definitely appreciate. So if you guys would like to, you guys can also subscribe to his Substack as well. I will put that also in the chat so you guys can also read his articles. I try to share them whenever I'm on Twitter. You guys are in for a treat if you guys read his articles. They are wonderfully written. And so I just want to give my big shout out and appreciation to you, Katie, for joining me. And thank you for your long suffering and your patience through this. It made it a whole lot more bearable going through it with my brother.
Hey, man. I would definitely, I'll go to war for you, man. So this was easy. As excruciating as it was, doing it with you, it makes it worthwhile.
Yep, definitely, man. So I will see you in the text messages.
Oh yeah.
And look, we got to give a high five when we see our homie Sabiha again. She did an amazing job, and so I'm so proud of her as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going to be doing the last part of reacting to what Dr. Joe Stein said in a little bit, but if you would like to go, you're free to go. I appreciate having you on.
All right, man. I think I'll step down and hop in the chat.
All right, take care. All right,
good night. Peace.
All right, everyone. So while we're at it, just wanted to let everybody know to please give the stream a like. Thank you so very much. Before we get into the final piece that I wanted to get into, I would just like to give a huge shout out to all the patrons on Patreon as well, because without you guys, I would not be able to do the work that I do. So let's go in and take a look at the tiers. We will go here. We have Patreon patrons. We have Mega Jaybefaunters, Super Duper Jaybefaunters, Super Jaybefaunters, Jaybefaunters, Comrade, Solidarity, and JB members. And earlier, I also thanked the new member, but we'll do it again. Thank you to Gizmo, who is a new member on Patreon. Thank you so very much for everybody for keeping the lights on and for helping me do this type of work. And if you guys would like to, my channel is demonetized. So if you like to support the channel, you can support via Patreon or PayPal. So thank you very much. Now, one of the things that I want to do is we're going to go to the chat, and then we'll go into Jill Stein's speech, because I think it is good to have a cleanser of the palate for what we just witnessed. So we're going to be doing that very shortly. So just go to the Rockfin chat really quick. Thank you very much to Dave Burt for being in the chat and also giving a tip. Thank you so very much. And it's good to see you. Yes, so Sabby is still live. She's just wrapping up just like myself. So it's good to see her that she was able to cover the DNC convention as well. I actually have her live too, so she could actually get the numbers on her end. So she has at least one viewer coming from me. So I have her being viewed, and I'm doing this. So yes, I try to support my RBN fam whenever I can. So yes, thank you. You have Indy Left coming in saying, dropping love from my brother JB, but this is insufferable later. Oh man, thank you so much, Indy Left. He does great work over there at INN News. Thank you so very much. Hempcar says it's crazy to think this many people can get excited over Dems or Republicans. They just keep promising they're going to fix these problems and they never do. Obama isn't rich. The Dem I would debate that he is. Says the Dems keep talking about crazy conspiracies, i.e. censorship. Yeah. So, and Oldham the Bold willingly went without separation of poor and cash. Thank you so very much for that. There's some comments also in the Rumble. There's no Rumble rants, but I still want to cover some of the comments in Rumble. A non-user says, I can't believe you're able to sit through hours upon hours of gaslighting. I couldn't do it. Look, I should have took some type of substance, mind-altering substance to help me get through this. But Lord and Lord, I went in raw dog. Oh, my goodness. A non-user says she lives in a mansion purchased by criminal bankers. Her hubby embezzled the treasury for. Sorry, you got no mansion. So, yeah. Yeah, I can't read the last one, but yeah, it definitely makes me want to run into something dense and hard like a brick wall. So I appreciate that. All right, so let's go to the general chat. Geez. I know y'all got some things to say. All right, so the Bender report says, my friend said her Instagram feed was saying that the people support Kamala and that she didn't see anything about protests. The government is hiding everything from the people. Did you tell your friend to watch me? Because I covered it. We got to do that. Terry Connolly says, greetings, JB and comrades. So good to see you. Chris C coming in saying, hey, JB, everyone else, hope you're well. Yes. John Kemper says, such a cop mess down there. They killed our train into the city. John, you're also in Chicago, are you not? If you can let me know what's going on the ground, much appreciated. Teresa said, the protesters are the only interesting thing about this convention. Chris C says, love the fact that RBN, Roman Nick, found him in Chicago. Guy is real on 100%. Yes. Teresa says, Democrats need to know some people are not going to let them get by with what they do. Yep, absolutely. My Favorite Planet says, Nick has a good, strong speaking voice. Absolutely. Oh, Savvy just ended her stream. Okay. Yes, thank you very much, My Favorite Planet. Chris C says, sticking to the facts. That's what Nick is doing here. Absolutely. He does that a lot. All the time, really. Chris C says, I work a lot of hours and it sucks, but my empathy for the working class and to fund a revolution will not die. Based, Chrissy, based. Teresa says there are some so-called leftist channels that are acting shamefully. Yeah, like some of these leftist channels are rooting for people like Kamala Harris, and they realize they're rooting for someone that does not give us any tangibles for our vote. And they are trying to push us into that direction for just giving the okie doke. Chris C says, JB, can you imagine how Hawaii probably reacted? The natives, which we don't hear from, are probably fuming. I bet. Like me as a black man, I'm fuming. Rondo says, fire the DJ. Yep, that dude looked like a can of Pepsi. I ain't gonna lie. Sorry, Ferry says that it's gaslighting. It is really manipulation of the highest order. Rondo says 5 to 10 years from now, do you think that any of these people are going to be self-reflective? That's probably just delusional on my part, huh? I think some people are going to wake up. I woke up. Many of you woke up. So when they do, I'm going to acknowledge their ignorance, but I'm also going to say, but you grew. And I'm going to give them that grace. But I'm going to be honest with you right now, y'all are on the Democrat and Republican plantation. I'm going to be real. Falcons Soar says, we're effed either way. Now, I wanted to address this. Technically, yes, you're right. We are screwed. But we can do something about it. And we are doing something about it. And many people are waking up. This is why revolutionary optimism is so important. Because we could keep saying to ourselves, everything is messed up. We're all screwed. It's all going to go to crap. And it almost gives you a nihilistic type of mindset. But I say, no, we're going to keep going forward, and we're going to make sure that we actually do something that's going to make the world better. And it's going to happen, right? Because we still exist. And as long as there's breath in our bodies, this system is going to change to an egalitarian, equal, and equitable one. So while I do agree, with the choices that we have, we always also have to remember there's also always a third option. Those third options are organizing in the streets, because as long as people exist, there needs to be the rights that we have, or we need to establish rights, human rights, that aren't being served to us by other parties. There's also ballot initiatives that we can vote for that are direct democracy. And then we also have third-party independents. Earlier today, I interviewed an independent candidate running for Congress in Florida. So the thing is that we have third options. Do not let people think that there's only two. There is actually the third option. So do not concede to any of these people. Sweary Fairy says, just so you know, JB, I shared this in a Discord server I'm in, and it's sparking good conversation. Thank you very much. I hope that it continues to do that. Oh, I saw this. Cristiano Almonte says Kamala wears a $64,000 Tiffany & Co. gold necklace. I saw that. That was crazy. Let me see. Cobra Commander says fox, cobras, vipers, pythons, rattlesnakes all look quite dangerous. Foxes, though. Foxes look cute and cuddly and furry, right? Kind of like Obama. Nitram says praying to the devil. Yep. And that's the thing. If you make a deal with the devil, the rent always comes due in the end. And that's how they work. All right. So, and thank you very much. KD says definitely needed that palate cleanser. Much love to your brother. What we're going to do is we're going to, Creative Experiments is DNC is just a giant weapons dealers sales department, basically. Yes. And we have many people in the chat that are moving over. Good to see all of you here. Thank you so very much for joining. Yes, Kyria Grigors. I actually had Savvy playing on my phone. So yes, she just wrapped up. Casey says, just coming over from Savvy, between Bernie and Obama, I'm too pissed to sleep. So hi. Oh no, Casey. Technically, I have to be up in 4 hours, so I'm going to be wrapping up soon too. But I want to make sure that I cover this as well. So yes, Dwayne says the sheer level of BS from the Democrats tonight was infuriating. Absolutely. And the pot shots from people like Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, it's just. But we're going to do a little palate cleanser before we go. And I just want to do this. We are going to hear from Dr. We're going to hear from Dr. Jill Stein. And she has some things to say that she said earlier. So we're going to really go from the DNC and the liars that were actually lying to the people and the ones who support a extermination of Palestinian people to somebody who actually believes in Palestinian liberation, to somebody who actually has policies for Black liberation. Dr. Jill Stein has an extensive cash reparations policy for American descendants of slaves. She has an extensive policy for people who are indigenous. She has an extensive anti-war policy. She has an extensive policy to give health care to everyone. She has an extensive worker policy. Not only is she for unions, but she wants workers to actually own the companies that they work at, meaning worker co-ops and things like that. So when it comes to no matter who you are, she has an extensive policy for you. And she actually has policies on her website. So we're going to go and listen to Dr. Jill Stein here in Chicago. This was earlier today.
I am so grateful to everyone here, to the wise words that we've heard from everyone. So grateful to all those who've come out in support. So grateful to the press who's come out to cover this event. I'm especially grateful to Abandon Biden, now Abandon Harris, for your incredible courage, for your vision, for your unstoppable determination here to stand up and lead the way forward. Not only to stop genocide, but also to hold our highest officers of the land, to hold the White House and its occupants accountable for genocide. Because without that, there is no democracy. So Abandon Biden, Abandon Harris, thank you so much for what you're doing, not just for the Arab American community, not just for the Palestinian community, but for all Americans. You are helping us assert our democracy again, our democracy that is on life support. I want to focus my remarks on the myth, which is really a propaganda, that you're throwing your vote away by voting against genocide, mainly because you're voting for an underdog. So there is this propaganda, this extortion of your vote, that it would be a waste of your vote to vote against genocide. And I want to speak to that. First of all, genocide is the moral imperative of our time. 200,000 people who have been slaughtered on our phone screens, on our computer screens, 2 million being bombed, denied food, water, shelter, sanitation, medical care, hospitals, schools, universities destroyed, journalists murdered. Over 1,000 children have had leg amputations without anesthesia. That is a symbol of the brutality and the cruelty of this genocide. If you vote for genocide, you are consenting to it and you are enabling it.
First of all, right there, for anybody who is trying to morally go and say, well, we just have to vote for Kamala Harris because she's the lesser evil. You are consenting, you are condoning, and you are complicit and the extermination of people. If you vote for that person, knowing what they're doing, you have complicity in their actions. Sorry, but that's true. That's the hard truth. And you need to reconcile with that. Are you willing to have that on your conscience? Are you willing to have the images of children dismembered, disembodied, decapitated on your conscience because you feel that they are going to preserve some rights for you, even though they're not actually going to do it? I got an example for you, and I was talking to Katie a couple days ago about this. Hypothetical situation. You're a kid and your younger sibling is being molested. And then the molester knows that you know what's going on. And instead of, coming to justice, they offer you candy so that you will look the other way, even though they're still touching your younger sibling. Are you going to look the other way and accept the candy because they gave you a little something? Another example. If you are the child of a parent, but then you find out that your parent is murder for hire, and then you get good things. Let's say you got that new PS5 or that new Nintendo Switch, but you found out that your parent was able to afford that brand new PS5 or that brand new Nintendo Switch because of the person, the mother of 3 that they just murdered a month earlier. They got paid from that, and now they're able to buy you that Nintendo Switch. How would you feel about that Nintendo Switch? How would you feel about that PS5? Are you willing to get your rights off the backs of other people? Or is that fair? A lot of people are now morally twisting themselves into pretzels into saying, well, if I don't vote for this person, I'm going to be losing this right, when in reality, you were going to lose it anyway, because they're going to use that as a carrot and stick to hold over your head to say, well, if you don't vote for us, this is what's going to happen. Meanwhile, they're actually abusing people on the other side of the planet. This is what's happening. And this is what happens when you don't have a red line, or you say you have a red line and then it goes away. That red line you drew wasn't disappearing ink. And for many of you who say, I will no longer support Palestinians, you were never actually with them in the first place. Your activism was performative. Those of you who said genocide was your red line when Joe Biden was president, but then you heel turn with Kamala Harris, and now you're trying to morally preen about voting for her. You were never actually against genocide in the first place. And I'm talking to many of you in independent media right now. Crystal Ball, genocide was never your red line. Kyle Kalinske, genocide was never your red line. Good politic guy, is genocide actually your red line? Because you sure as hell did a heel turn with Waltz when he came in, because you recognize what he did back then during the George Floyd protest, but now you're like, oh my goodness, they're actually doing something good. And then you proceeded to block me when I called you out on it. Yes, good politic guy blocked me. Oh, we're calling it all out tonight, right? Or what about those of you who people like Mike Figueredo or David Dole that may say, oh, we got to vote for Kamala Harris to stave off fascism. Meanwhile, fascism is here. It's here. It's been here. But we got to keep our rights that are really becoming non-existent under a Democratic administration. What did I say back in 2021? I said Donald Trump already has a second term. And the second term is named Joe Biden. That was Donald Trump's second term already. The third term will either be ran by Donald Trump or ran by Kamala Harris.
Don't let them talk you into it. Don't let them talk you out of your humanity.
That was the line of this speech. Don't let them talk you out of your humanity. You're humans, for God's sake. Act like it. See people suffering see yourself in them. Do you see yourself in the Haitian people? The people who are suffering right now in the south side of Chicago, do you see yourself in them? The people who are in Jackson, Mississippi that don't have clean water, do you see yourself in them? The people in Lahaina, Hawaii, do you see yourself in them? The people in Flint, Michigan, do you see yourself in them? The people in East Palestine, Ohio, do you see yourself in them? The people you see in the hoods of Pine Hills in Orlando, Florida, do you see yourself in them? Do you see yourself in the Venezuelans? Do you see yourself in the people in Congo? Do you see yourself in the people in Tigray? Do you see yourself in the people in Sri Lanka? If you don't, then there's something wrong with you. You need to sit with that.
That, above all, is why we must hold our elected officials accountable and vote to end genocide. Otherwise, you are part of that genocide. Voting against genocide is a practical imperative because 500,000 lives are on the line right now, according to the United Nations, from starvation, who may die over the course of the next month. And now there is polio and cholera thrown into the mix. Every vote against genocide is a shot across the bow of the empire, announcing that its days are numbered and that the opposition is getting organized and we will not be stopped.
One thing I also want to make abundantly clear is that the Democrat and Republican parties do not care if you stay home. They actually don't care, right? They either want you to do one of two things. Either don't care and stay home or vote for one of them. If you don't care and you stay home, guess what? It doesn't matter because that means that the voting pool is smaller, which means that it'll still go to either one of them. And if you vote for either one of them, they got you. But if you vote third party or independent against them, that's what they don't like. They're not necessarily always trying to go, oh, just don't vote, right? They have like these get out the vote drives. But what do they always end up doing? They always end up suppressing who from getting on the ballot? The ones who they take to court, the ones who they try to get off the ballot, that's what they're afraid of. They're actually afraid of anybody who presents a challenge against empire through third parties. That's who they're afraid of. Now, if you don't want to vote for anybody, I completely get it. Just focus on things like ballot initiatives then, right? But I understand your unwillingness to vote, period. That's a valid position too. But I'm letting you know, they are the most scared of people who vote their party. That's who they're mostly afraid of, not the people who stay home. They're not really that much afraid. Just letting you guys know that. Let's continue.
That builds the pressure for a ceasefire right now and a weapons embargo right now and brings the day closer when we will achieve them. So do not think for a minute that your vote against genocide is just a theoretical vote or just a vote which is hypothetical. This vote has power, and it has power right now. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. Your vote is that demand. Our vote is our only power in a democracy that is bought and paid for by billionaires. If we do not use that power to vote for what we want, then we are giving up that power. That, again, is why we must vote against genocide. Voting for the lesser evil disappears your opposition to genocide. In fact, there is no lesser evil. We have two greater evils, one conducting genocide now, the other saying to finish the job. There is no lesser evil. We say forget the lesser evil, fight for the greater good, like our lives depend on it, because our lives do depend on it. What goes down in Gaza goes down for all of us. In Gaza, we are looking at the end of human rights, the end of international law, the normalization of the torture and murder of children on an industrial scale. If you're okay with that, go ahead and vote for it. If you're not okay with it, we can stop it, because the majority of the American people has gone on record over and over again. We oppose this genocide. If democracy prevails, we will stop this genocide in this election, if not before this election. Because simply by building our movements, by running our campaigns, by reaching out to voters, by tabling, by phone banking, by door knocking, by flyering, by showing up. Remember, they want us to think that we are few and far between. We are not. The majority of the American people are struggling. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Half of Americans are barely managing to pay their rent from month to month. 100 million Americans are locked into medical debt, 44 into student debt. This is who our agenda addresses, because the same forces that are conducting genocide in Gaza are robbing us blind here at home.
Yes, absolutely. And they would never actually pass real, tangible legislation for that. The Democratic Party and Republican Party do not care about you. They care about Raytheon. They care about Northrop Grumman. They care about Lockheed Martin. They care about Boeing. They care about all these companies that actually put money into their coffers. I spoke earlier to Todd Schaefer, who is running as an independent here in Florida. And he shared a video about how we really have legalized bribery in this country. And so these are the people who are allowing the legalized bribery to happen. And the thing is, like, this is why they don't want independent and third party candidates, because they're the ones who resist this bribery. And so then guess what? The military industrial complex has no power if, let's say, the commander in chief can't be controlled by them. So this is why it is important for us to resist these different types of parties, to leave the two-party system. Because look at what's going on with us. Look, like, let me ask you this. What's Kamala Harris' reparations plan? What's Kamala Harris's plan for immigration? What's Kamala Harris's plan for getting corruption out of government? Did you look on her website yet? Go ahead, I'll wait. You'll be back in 10 seconds because it ain't there. But if you go to people like Dr. Cornel West, Claudia de la Cruz, Chase Oliver, Dr. Joe Stein, many different people who are independent and third parties websites, you'll actually see plans laid out. Some you may agree with than others. That's okay. That's fine. But you have people who actually want to end this system and how it's exploiting the rest of us. Let me continue on.
Consuming half of our congressional budget so that we cannot afford the healthcare, the housing, the education, dealing with the climate crisis, which we have all the resources in the world to deal with if they were not being exhausted by these endless wars and the endless war machine, of which that genocide in Gaza is an expression. So they want us to think that we are small and powerless, that resistance is futile. That is a propaganda campaign. That is a psyop in order to disarm us. We do have majority power. Remember, 1 out of every 3 eligible voters chose not to vote in 2020. 1 out of every 3. And then add to that the numbers who oppose genocide, the numbers who are stuck in student debt. These are the numbers of people to whom our agenda speaks, because those of us who are calling for peace and an end to genocide are also calling for an end to the war on working people here at home. So this is a unifying agenda. This is a mobilizing agenda. This is about us having the courage of our convictions and moving forward. We're in a dark moment right now because the Kool-Aid is running very strong right now for the Harris campaign.
Yep, the Kool-Aid was strong tonight. They spiked that mother. I'm telling you.
Is Obama mania 2.0. Many of us have lived through this before a couple times. It will pass. Mm-hmm. It will pass. You know, Kamala Harris has not had a single challenging interview yet, nor a press conference. So you can be sure the honeymoon will not last, because the policies are what they are, because this person has a track record that has put Americans into this moment of despair, this moment of struggle, this moment of agony. That agony is in our foreign policy, and that agony is in our domestic policy. That agony is very much a product of the Republican and Democratic parties. Do not think for a moment that the Democratic Party is the answer to fascism. It would be more accurate to say it is the cause of fascism. Why is that? It's because the Democrats have pushed this policy, the so-called neoliberal agenda of privatization, of austerity, of major tax giveaways to the super wealthy, and of endless war. That has led to the disemployment, the loss of about 30 million jobs for working people in this country over the last several decades. That has created an enormous amount of misery. Add to that the Wall Street bailouts and the NAFTA shipping of our jobs overseas. So this is what drives the shift to the right. This is what drives right-wing extremism, when people have incredible economic misery and insecurity inflicted on them. And the answer to that is like what we just saw in France, where the parties of the left basically get together and oppose the right. That right-wing victory was predicted. And the
all right, so the video ends there, but look, that was a palate cleanser. And so whatever you may think, you know, we have to fight this system with tooth and nail and go many different avenues that we can. So make sure that we focus on organizing. And then if you are going to vote, do not go with the duopoly, right? There's many different choices out there. And focus also on ballot initiatives if you possibly can. But what we saw tonight was really just, it was a cult. And what I showed you guys a few weeks ago with the RNC convention, that was also a cult. And they never will give you what you actually deserve. They just want to keep playing in your faces. So go ahead and give a like to the stream. I'm going to be heading on out. Just taking a look, one last look at the chat before I head out. So thank you so very much to everybody that's tuning in. Yes, Henry says, I'm voting against them both as always. Yep, absolutely. So thank you so very much to everybody. And all the people who moved over from Savvy Stream. It's so good to see all of you in here. Yes, I'm glad you guys were able to catch Savvy Stream and her analysis as well. But if you guys would like to, you guys can always catch this one on a rewatch as well. So thank you very much for that. So let me just check here to see if I have. All right, we're good there. And so I'm gonna head on out. But I will just let you guys know the clip uploads may be a little bit late because I got dialysis in the morning. I got dialysis in 4 hours. So if the clips are uploaded a little bit late, my apologies. Is just yeah. I set myself up for this, so please bear with me. But thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. Water your plants, water yourselves, leave the world better than you found it. Do all the things if you got them, and do not let these people play in your face. Fight against them and work to make the world a better place. Leave the world better than you found it. I love you guys for watching. You guys take care. Mwah. Love you guys for watching. Solidarity with all the workers of the world. And we will win the future. Thank you so very much for watching my channel, and I deeply appreciate it from the top and bottom of my heart. If you wish to support the channel further, so I can keep bringing you content that is educational and informative, you can become a patron on patreon.com/Jaybefaunt. You can find that link in the pinned comment or in the description below. No matter what you give, you'll be supporting independent media and education that helps make the world better. Thank you so much, and you can watch more of my content here. Mwah. Forehead kisses, and have a beautiful day.